don't know.
Yep. Go sign all of that. And we got £5 from MJ. Came out, used non-binary, got my diagnosis of gender incongruence, started using trans envy and felt right. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for being you.
Yeah.
Come on. There we go.
I found some Jessica says, I've shared a lot of love for Arden, so before I'm accused of favoritism, she is my favorite. Shh, don't tell Lux. It's me reading it. My vote is for hashtag Team Lux, also hashtag Team Ben. Gotta get at least one vote for a non-present host each time.
Of course, naturally.
Yeah. But I appreciate it. Thank you for your begrudging vote.
$5 from Cursed Chaos. Brent saying hi from titillating xenophobics. Hashtag Team Anarchy. Hashtag anarchism for the win. Although, isn't anarchism like, not, it's anarchy, right? And anarchism is like a...
I mean, anarchism is like the word to describe the political theory in a way that like anarchy is like, it's just like a little bit more broad of a term. I don't know.
I remember there was a meme back when Legend of Korra was coming out where like, you know, each leader from each season represented like a political ideology, and Zahir represented anarchy, but they everyone put anarchism on it, and everyone would roast people who posted that meme because they were like, anarchism instead of anarchy. So that just exists in my brain all the time now.
It's funny. Canadian $5 from Quantum Chaos says, I'm a real stinker, so just offsetting Jessica's vote, even though you're both my fave.
Yeah, once I got into the swing of things with agility, it seems to go quicker. I don't know what it is. It took me like a day to get into it and feel like I'm making good XP per hour. Otherwise, it just feels like it's grueling.
Hashtag Team Spooky. Team Spooky Snake. Hashtag that's Arden if it wasn't clear. Hashtag Lux, I still think you're cool. Thank you. I needed the reassurance. Thanks.
We got $10 here from June. Uric, I saw some spicy calls up front, but then got pulled away. I hope they improved or at least entertaining. Guess I'll find out later. Hashtag Team Lux. Yeah, Jib was useless. Not going to clip that. There's nothing good there to make from it. But Ted, I thought was a great call, and I hope he calls back again.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel sometimes like I have to endlessly praise callers who are disagreeers, but who are amenable to conversation because I want them to call back. I'm like, I want people like you to know you're welcome here, and so I'm like overly praising.
Yeah. $5 from Darkly Wars says, why do aces and pans get along so well? Same body count. Cry face. Bad joke I heard. Hashtag Team Luxander. How does that? I don't. It's because you're having sex with pans, so your body count is 0. Is that the joke that we're making?
I think so. I think that's the attempt.
Nice.
To $20 from Mr. Then. Okay, I got this one. Okay, hold on, let me get in the mindset. Oi, Ted, Blade Joshua, mate, you need to learn how to let the host give you the relevant data. No need to continue up in our one-person story, bruv. You haven't a clue how many things work. Be better. Hashtag Team Avoid Kitty.
I have to go get him now. No, but I want to say really quick. Someone in the comments said it, and I wish I had had the opportunity to say it. It was like, you care so much about the idea of low-quality data that supports medical whatever, but you're going to cling to Chloe Cole and her one anecdotal story.
Yes.
As like, that's the evidence that you're going to go for. Anyway.
100%.
I'll read one, and then while you're reading the next one, I'll go get the cat. He's not in here right now. $5 from June Uric. Good luck, D. Heart. Hashtag Team Lux. Yes. D.
Nice. Oop, that went to me. Wrong one.
I wish all the best for D. I'll go find the cat. Ah.
Awesome. All right, we got our midnight kitty coming in. We got 9/11 from Squidward Q Sagan.
I changed
a human being with a soul. I'm just kidding. I got my soul surgically removed.
Hello, and welcome back to A Bit Fruity. Today, we have a little bit of a different show. This is not usually an interview podcast. It's usually a culture and political analysis podcast, but I recently got to know someone who really exists at the center of so many conversations that we have on this podcast, but who we have yet to hear from on the Fruity podcast mic. And so I thought, now's the time.
I have invaded Matt's place of residence.
Welcome to the podcast and welcome to my apartment, Vivian Jenna Wilson. Vivian, you have had a whirlwind few months.
I have, yes.
Sort of into public figurehood, into this like very strange internet spotlight, which I'm like sort of familiar with, but not nearly probably the way that you are at this point. And I'm just curious, like, how are you doing right now?
I'm doing good. It's definitely like a lot to get used to all at once. Because it was very much, in my specific instance, it was like there was no training wheels. It was 0 to 100. So it's a bit of a struggle to get like acclimated to it, but obviously a very grateful for all the support and love I've received. And this is just such a unique experience. And I want to enjoy it and like live life to the fullest.
You're giving your
That was the most pageant.
You were giving your pageant answer.
Oh, I'm done. Hi, thank you. Thank you.
Do you want world peace?
God. And when I'm crowned the queen, I'll fight hard for world peace. Thank you, thank you. This moment means so much to me. I keep getting those fucking cheer videos on my TikTok.
I mean, it's an earnest podcast, but it's not that earnest.
Oh, girl.
That was like real pageant material.
That was real pageant material. That was my honest answer. I'm sorry. Damn.
Well, but it really has come at you so quickly. Vivian got to my apartment a little while ago and we've just been having coffee and chatting it up. It's a really rainy day here in New York.
Yeah.
And you were telling me about how you went from like 22 followers on Threads one day to it just like ballooning.
It ballooned up. Yeah, immediately. It went from like literally 22 followers where I was shitposting about K-pop and like chatting with a gaggle of other trans people on a dead app to like 60,000 followers or something like that in the course of one night. It was like nothing. And then, oh, Jamie Lee Curtis just like knows who you are now. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of coconuts.
And then I feel like there's also like coverage of the things that you put out on Threads.
Yeah, especially Pink News. I literally will like post anything on Threads and there'll be like an article about it the next day.
I mean, I'm so curious because like as someone who works like on the internet and like I do this podcast for a job and whatever, like everything happened pretty slowly. Like I've been doing this for like 6 years and like I've had time to incrementally get used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, just a few months ago, you were a very, very private person.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you're less so.
It was crazy. I mean, I've always been like a pretty, I don't know if ostentatious is the right word. It's very SATs. But I've always been like a very kind of like extra person. Not necessarily extroverted. More so now, obviously. You kind of have to be. But I was kind of like overly charismatic, enthusiastic. I was kind of like, I had a bit of Thorgy Thor situation where like, if there was something I liked doing, it was like, wow, you guys were gonna do it. I don't know what the fuck that voice was.
It was a little toad.
It was, wow, we're gonna save the castle. I don't know.
I'm just curious if it's been overwhelming or how you're dealing with it.
Like it has very much so been overwhelming, but like I am doing everything I can to not be overwhelmed and just be whelmed.
I was also curious, like, what made you decide to
Whelmed.
not like step into this role? There's not really
Spite.
a role, but like spite.
Okay, so the reason I got famous, for those of you who don't know, other than the nepotism, the reason the nepotism happened, Jordan Peterson was on a podcast with someone, and obviously that's the fucking thing where my son, savior, he's dead. And Jordan Peterson was like, oh my God. I don't know why I'm giving the British accent.
It's honestly really good.
I think it's just way more funny that way.
I think you're making Jordan Peterson sound like a little bit nicer than he actually
I'm
sounds
making
now.
him
He's
sound
like
way hotter than
he's like, wow. Like I think Jordan Peterson.
I feel like he can. No, that's too nasally. Hold on. He has this kind of like overly gravelly voice. Wow, that happened to your child.
Like
That's actually accurate.
Jordan Peterson sounds like the embodiment of a banana. I don't know how else to describe that, but he sounds like a banana to me.
Toad and Jordan Peterson. What is with the Toad voices today?
Oh, hi Garly Garlic.
yeah.
But Jordan Peterson was on this podcast and he was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry that your child is dead. And I was like, just over there in the corner of literally in my small fucking apartment in Tokyo going to college. And I was like, did this bitch just try to come for me?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was literally like, hell fucking no. I am not about to let this bitch come for me and have that just slide. So I had my little Threads response and it went mega coconuts viral. I keep saying mega coconuts. I stole that from Natalie Wynn. I'm so sorry.
I also say coconuts and bananas all the time because of Natalie Wynn.
She has like infested trans vocabulary and gay vocabulary.
Yeah.
Like infested.
It's super mega fucking coconuts.
It's super mega fucking coconuts.
So you hear this like dumb podcast
Yeah.
and you're like, nope, I want to have a voice in this.
I literally saw it. I woke up. I woke up to this. This is the first thing I experienced that day.
Mhm.
Imagine the sun rising. You're like being like, my God, I'm ready for another day. It was a week before finals week, so I should have been studying, but I was like fucking around. And by fucking around, I mean rotting in my apartment, watching TikToks and like vibing. Then I take my little phone. I open the phone. I see a text from my aunt. I open the text.
I love the way you're telling this.
Yes. And she's like, this bitch just tried to come for me, for you. And I was like, gasp. Double gasp. This is not how it happened at all.
I love the like telenovelification of this family drama.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I love the I think everyone should telenovela-size everything. I think it's more fun. I mean, influencers basically do that. I'm just being honest. I saw the clip and Jordan Peterson was like, he's dead. So the first thing I do is I text my mom and I'm like, I can't let this bitch get to me. I must retaliate. I'm so sorry, mother. I'm going into, I don't know what the fuck this bit is. I texted my mom. I'm just going to do normal voice now. So sorry.
Sure.
I texted my mom. I'm like, I'm going to go public. So sorry. You cannot stop me. And at that point, she was kind of just like, yeah, I trust you. Do what you need to do. Obviously, just be careful and whatnot. And then later on, I take a nap or whatever. And then I wake up and I text my friends. Obviously, I get like a bunch of texts because this thing went like super fucking viral. I don't think you'll understand.
Well, honestly, the people listening to this podcast were paying attention.
Yeah. The thing went super viral and I'm getting like a bunch of texts and I text my friends that I'm going to go public. And my friend was, here's the thing, I was like kind of used to that, especially after the book came, there was a book came out, they should talk to me, whatever, it's fine. Fuck you, Walter Isaacson.
Yeah, fuck you, Walter Isaacson.
That was direct. And my friend also, I think everyone has that one friend where they get, because like I'm used to this shit. She wasn't. She was so much angrier than I was about the whole situation. Because I was like null and void to it. And I was like, I'm going public. And she was like, oh my God, bitch, fuck yes. I'm so excited for you. You better eat him alive. And I was like, I will do my best. And then I did my best. And then Jamie Lee Curtis followed me. That's the story of how it happened.
Prior to that, I mean, you had always lived a private life.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
And
I had like no socials.
Yeah.
My socials were all like private.
I mean, it feels like the privacy was almost kind of taken from you.
I don't know if it was necessarily taken from me because I chose to respond.
Yeah.
And when I chose to respond, I knew what I was getting into. And even then, I could have done the threads post and then disappeared back into the wind. And I didn't.
Yeah.
That's my choice. So I'm not going to say it was taken from me. I was given a choice and I chose.
You said a second ago to me that your response actually went more viral than the initial like podcast clip. And how was that?
Validating.
Yeah.
Very valid. That was the moment I realized, oh fuck, I actually do have a voice.
Yeah.
Because before that, I kind of was just like, I felt so powerless. Also, I had all this like pent up emotion, obviously from childhood and life and whatever. And it was literally probably the most cathartic moment of my entire life doing that.
That's really amazing to hear because I feel like I would imagine it could have been like super overwhelming. And it probably was, but it was like
but it was also like very exciting. It was like, oh no, it was very Jasmine.
Did you anticipate the level of support?
Honestly, no. I thought there would be a lot more backlash than there was.
Okay, it's spooky Bigfoot time. Cozy spooky Bigfoot time.
Issues with Teespring, the people who do my merchandise. I don't know what's going on, but I'm hearing from a lot of you that you haven't received your orders in ages. I myself have not received my requested payouts. So until we can them, honestly, no. Alrighty then. Hello, Leslie and lovely croutons. As promised, Leslie, I will convey more of my personal experiences with the Sasquatch and the communication part of it. Let me begin from the start. It was during my youth that my eyes and brain became more open to things normal people may not have ever experienced. I know this is true because of how my family treated me when all of this happened. Now, thinking back on it, I think they were afraid of me because of these extraordinary things I can do. Another time on that maybe, but it is part of my journey. In my youth, when there would be family gatherings, mostly in parks in the mountains, I would always walk away from the rest of the family activities, their world. I had difficulty understanding it, so it was better and easier for me to just stay away. I was never lonely doing this, because nature always kept me awestruck, and I enjoyed those feelings more than anywhere near my family. I could often feel that someone was watching me, but gave off a soft, warm vibration, and I didn't mind that. Maybe it was then that my mind opened to many things that normal people didn't know about, or thought it was demonic. Shrugs. I didn't know their concept of these things. I was learning at that point, sensations and how they affected my body and mind. It became part of me, like it was something I needed to know to live, even with the ability to feel the area surrounding me and to know if something was disturbing that area. The sensation would affect me either in a positive way or a negative way. My word for this ability is sensing. Many other people have this ability too,
Harley,
as I found out later
are you
on.
listening? Are you listening to the stream right now? Because if you are, I dropped my favorite coffee mug. It's a My Melody mug. I shattered that shit. That was how I started my day. Well, that was yesterday. I didn't mention it because it broke my heart, but that was a great way to start off the day. But it wasn't too bad. Today's been a little better. I haven't really done much other than do dishes and train agility. I didn't do nothing else today.
Even though I had been in the presence of a Sasquatch family in Northern California, I wasn't aware of sensing at the moment. At least nothing to recognize it as potential danger. Then, my first actual face-to-face within 10 feet of each other in Kentucky. My sensing left me. I was scared out of my wits, thinking, first this was a bear, and I was too close. But when it/she stood up and faced me, it wasn't a
Hi there, Hampton. How are you doing?
bear, but something looking like a very
Hey. Nice. Wait, are you gonna do Holy Grail? I just did Holy Grail like 2 or 3 days ago. What's your account looking like, by the way? Oh, hell yeah. I haven't looked up your account in forever. Okay. You know, the 45 defense already? Oh, 60 combat. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I still got a lot of quests to do. I can't even start Legends until I do most of the quests on the quest list, because yeah, I think you need like 100 and something to do Legends.
hairy human. The fear subsided a little, and awe stepped in. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah, Legendscape looks sick. I need that. I need it for the fashion scape. Like, I want to buy a Sarah plate and plate legs too with the Legendscape. Oh my god. That would look so cool.
Plus, I was watching the dog go berserk out of the corner of my eye. When the mind talk happened, I was looking at this thing's mouth. It didn't move. How can I hear the voice? The repeat of the words finally snapped me out of my haze, and I understood the dog was in danger of being killed if I didn't control it. Keeping one eye on this thing and the other on the dog, I grabbed the dog and moved away from this thing. The dog left me quick, and here I was, still half awestruck and half scared out of my head. After the dog had gone, I continued looking at its face. It didn't say anything more, so I figured that was my cue to leave as quickly as possible.
Ooh, you just got a
Later
sour
that
apple
night,
geek
just
bar.
after this-
Hold on. How's that? I've only tried a few different flavors. I got the orange slush. That one's really good. And then this one is the strawberry pina colada. And what was the other one I liked? The other one is, yeah, orange dragon. That's another one, orange dragon fruit. Sour apple equals king. I love that for you, King. Apple is the top tier flavor just in general for everything.
The sun went down behind the
Green
hills.
apple.
I
Ooh.
heard another voice in my head. This one was deeper and gravelly sounding. I was in the hut where I was going to fix supper, then relax before bed. This voice took me by surprise. I didn't answer it, I just listened. As it was speaking, I could see a vague image of who was speaking and who was behind him. It was the same person I had seen earlier that spoke to me in my mind. This scared me because the message the voice conveyed, now that you have seen us, you will come with us. What? Now I didn't know what to think or what to say. The images imprinted in my mind as the words trailed off. I was going to tell my friend, who dropped by, but thought it might endanger him also. So the next morning, I packed up and headed to the Rainbow Gathering in Arkansas, where the next mind talk happened. This time, it was early evening, and I was with a lady friend I just met. We hung around together all day and decided to camp together for safety reasons. As it was getting closer to night, I was sitting facing the tall Ozark Mountains, admiring them. A deep voice penetrated my serenity of awe. This voice came with images, again, of several of these big hairy people. The one big male in front was the one speaking. even though his mouth
How
didn't
long
move.
does Holy Grail take? From what I can remember, it takes like maybe 15 minutes. Something like that, 10, 15 minutes. It's not a super long quest.
Either. His message was to let me know they would watch over me while I was at the gathering.
Especially if you've got teleports and stuff. Like Artie Telly.
Talk about being scared witless. Once again, by these beings.
Oh yeah, the prayer XP was the best, because I only had like 37 prayer a couple days ago. And I did maybe like, I want to say like 6 Blue Dragon trips to get 43 after the questing, so not bad at all.
I left the gathering the next day. Something I did not notice about me changed. I could feel/sense these beings around me everywhere I go. After a while, with sensing them, I became less scared and more secure about them watching over me. I didn't let it bother me like it did in the beginning. So after many more interactions with this mind talk,
Am I going higher than 45? I don't think so in the short term. I don't think I'm going to get higher than 45, but in the future, yeah, because I want to get like a dragon square. I don't know if there's dragon plate legs or anything yet. Let me look. No. No, I don't think the legs or skirts are in the game yet. So yeah, the only upgrade would be a dragon med and a dragon square shield, which those are great. I would never wear the dragon med though. I would only want it for the dragon square. So yeah. Oh, hi Pink. Oh my god. But yeah, a dragon square. That is a goal. Just not a super short-term goal. I definitely want to training up everything else is more of a priority for me.
I adjusted to the sensational effects it had on and in my body. In Southern California, having more interactions off and on, it seemed like this mind talk was becoming easier for me. Moving to Arizona is something I'll never forget, because that's when my meeting with the female Sasquatch that taught me so many things and helped me to understand not just about them, but myself too. During Mama's sharing, she told me to help other people to overcome their
I wouldn't know how long Holy Grail takes. What do you mean? Did you not do it yet? What the? Lots of views. I don't think so. What am I putting this on? Fucking, yo, it's going on agility. I gotta lessen this hellhole grind. I really do. I was gonna do it with a friend. What? Wait, Pink. You're mind fucking me. Didn't we do Holy Grail together? Or did I do it solo? What the? You're giving me shit. You know how bad my memory is. Yo, you like that. I couldn't remember. I swear down. Oh, I did it solo. Shit. Girl, you gotta get on that. It's a very quick quest. I could have swore we did it together, but I guess that was Merlin's crystal, right? My bad. You just gotta tank the Titan. You can like flinch it. You don't have to eat a single food for the Titan, but you do have to melee it. You can only really kill it with melee.
fear and doubt after an encounter. I had told her I don't know many human people, and I stay away from them because they're hurtful. She told me that I don't need to.
You always do range and take forever? Well, considering it has like plus 2,000 range and mage defense, you're probably just gonna make it hard on yourself. It would be easier to do with a bronze dagger. Good luck, Camp. I hope that goes well.
For them.
It's a pretty
that
easy
people will
quest.
come to you for help. I didn't think that would happen, but I was wrong. Not only was it human mankind that came, but the Sasquatch people too. Wish she would have explained it would be both kinds of people. After word got around among the Sasquatch people.
Yeah, if you've got overheads, you don't even have to flinch it. You can just like turn your brain off and pray melee. It can't do nothing to you.
That I could maybe help. I got bombarded daily, if not hourly, with heavy sensations to the back of my neck to communicate with the Sasquatch people. They were asking for help to reconnect with the human mankind that needed help in reconnecting. I had no idea how to do this, but this is sort of what Mama set in motion for me to do as she continued to teach me. I got pretty good at sorting the different messages as well as the images of who was sending them. My telepathy is a bit different from some people who have this ability too. I not only receive words, but images as well when in contact with one who wants a message sent for contact.
No.
On the human mankind side, I was amazed at how open some were for reconnecting with the Sasquatch of their past. In these messages, they also send a type of remote viewing of an incident of the individual that they want contact with. Sometimes, when I had to prove to the human mankind that I was real, the Sasquatch would give me information about the person that happened during the encounter. I have made several friends by helping them reconnect with the Sasquatch. Generally, they would use me as a relay until the human individual could use their own telepathy ability. Then they would have direct contact with that person
Stop
and would
clicking
block
to
the
do that.
interchange. Learning about the sensation of close contact with Sasquatch has been interesting to say the least. I've had interactions with not-so-kind Sasquatch too, but after they realize my ability, they basically leave me alone and close off. Through Loner, he taught me how to differentiate between different species of the unseen world. When Dogman attempt to contact with Mind Talk,
110K.
the sensation is totally different,
We're getting
and the
there.
effect of it gives me an excruciating migraine. So most of the time, I can block that energy from entering. When I use the term sensing, it means I can feel a certain vibration or energy near me, and how it affects me is the key to know how it's making contact. Now, spirits and ghosts also use telepathy to communicate, but it's different, and the sensation for me covers different parts of my head. Not the same as Sasquatch or Dogman's. If you are willing to further your abilities, go slow. Notice how it affects your body, your skin, even your hair. Everything is connected in your body. Being aware of sensation is a good part of learning skills and abilities. I don't know if this helps someone with their own journey, but maybe it did a little bit. My apologies if this was way too drawn out, but I needed to share these types of experiences to maybe help someone understand that learning from Sasquatch is much better than running around the woods, banging on trees, and not knowing what you're saying by each bang. Besides, you are disrespecting the tree and hurting them.
Look at my
Believe it or not,
my nails.
everything is
Look at
connected,
my nails
and
I
this
did
journey
today.
into the
I made 'em
Sasquatch world
pointy.
will teach you that.
Oh,
Another little something, when you begin learning about Sasquatch people and find that you have
I
been
could
taught many
shank
untruths
somebody with
throughout
these.
generations, some being other journeys onto other
y'all
directions,
hot girls
and become stuck in
IRL.
these new directions and forget about learning from the Sasquatch. That's okay, as far as they're concerned. They figure when you're ready, you'll return to learn the more. Once realizing all the untruths, some human mankind get angry and become boisterous about said untruths. Then
Will
follow
when I
down
get
a totally
50.
different path than where they originally started from. It's okay. I sort of did that before being pulled back to what I truly wanted, which was to learn about the Sasquatch people, their past, and ourselves in the future. I learned so much so far from Mama and Loner.
I don't know
Things
that
I'd
any
never
women
ever heard
play
about,
here.
like quantum science, quantum mechanics, quantum physics. These things would be foreign
He
to me
doesn't
had I
know,
not had
Pink.
good
He
teachers
doesn't-
to help me
He
understand
doesn't know.
how all of this is part of the Sasquatch world. There is so much we could learn, but you have to stick to the Sasquatch realm. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and a big thank you to Leslie for having a safe place to open up with our experiences, be they scary or docile. I've heard so much of you expressing a desire to see one face to face, and you need to understand, if you are forcing yourself in their space, the outcome may not be docile. In fact, it could be dangerous to your mental stability and your life. The Sasquatch will approach you if they feel it's right. I don't want anyone to put themselves in harm's way. My experiences with them have been since my childhood, and it's been a struggle every now and then. However, if you are having interactions and want it more peaceful, just state that out loud and then let it happen. No need for offerings or gifts. You don't want to get stuck in that unspoken contract. That's where the misunderstandings happen and can cause problems. And that's the end of episode 12 of 50 Years with Bigfoot by Drew.
Oh my god. Hey bro, I'm gonna smoke your weed if you don't come down.
He's hit me twice now with shingles.
I'm about to throw stuff back.
When a man begins hurling debris from a quiet Oklahoma City rooftop, officers below were forced to dodge dangerous projectiles as they scrambled for a way to stop him. With the suspect refusing to surrender, they make the daring decision to go up after him, leading to a shocking midnight showdown they'll never forget. The following is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before. Just before midnight on October 6, 2024, officers with the Oklahoma City Police Department respond to reports that a man is on the roof of an apartment building and has been throwing items onto the stairwell.
We good. He's up top. I just seen his mom once I turned around. I'm trying to think about how to get up here. How do we get up there? Hey, he's right above you guys. He's right above y'all. I'm seeing his silhouette. Hey, show us your hands and come down. Just over the ridge right there. Just set up a perimeter so he can't get out, and I'll put the drone up over him.
An officer sends up a drone to establish a visual on the suspect, who would later be identified as 35-year-old Christian Murrow. On the stairwell, another officer locates a backpack and tries an unconventional tactic to convince him to come down.
Hey bro, I'm gonna smoke your weed if you don't come
Hot
down.
girl for sure.
Well, can't fire come on over here?
See what I mean? Right? Hot girls play this game. Come on now. Come on now. You gotta suspend your disbelief for a second.
Without warning, Christian launches into a sudden assault, taking aim at the officers below.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just threw stuff at me. He hit me. Hey. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, it hit me.
Would have never guessed.
Hey, stop throwing. He just threw another one right here. Hey, stop throwing that. Throw it again. Hey, stop throwing stuff at me. Hey, he's just throwing stuff at me, bro.
With the fire department on its way, the officers consider their options.
Hey, right.
When this ladder truck gets here, this guy's done.
Okay, imagine that's actually Zezima. Zezima. Dude, I remember there was a Zezima song way back in the day. Way back, like old YouTube.
I'm climbing that ladder.
Totally, yeah. Totally.
Bro, that one almost hit you.
He's still throwing that. He's your target.
I'm about to throw stuff back. What?
Turn around. You turn around. Come on and talk to me. What?
I wish I was real.
What's on the building, man? I can't see what you're seeing.
As far as I know, Zezima is married with kids, so... You know. He's got quite the domestic life carved out for himself.
Hey, what?
The officers closely monitor Christian as he moves across the rooftop, but it's clear he has no intention of coming down on his own.
Why are we done? Come down and talk to us.
Prostitutes? Wait, did you just say prostitutes?
Look at what? You're just pointing at me. It looked like he just went down. Come down, bro.
Oh, I got you. Zezima should start, like, playing Minecraft or some shit. Make a YouTube channel.
That's a fire truck.
What are we looking for?
He does have like a large bag of terrible weed with him as well. Oh, but it's like steady.
Of terrible weed.
No, it's not. Okay.
You're kind of rude.
Don't jump to that roof, bro.
Watch your step.
Don't fall.
With Christian still acting unpredictably, officers formulate a plan for how to approach when the fire truck arrives.
How do we get him down? We're not setting fire up there. We can put the ladder up there and try and talk him down.
Probably get the ladder up there, maybe go up there. It's a pretty non-steep roof, but if we get too confrontational, we'll probably have to back off. And maybe
So yeah, because if we comes a useful force up there, you don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, that's smart.
We're gonna talk to him.
I've never done that.
We're not gonna tango with him on this stuff. We're not
Like
gonna
that.
phase him. We're not gonna 40 him. None of that. Right there. Give him commands. If they can get the ladder close enough.
No, I can't. Wait, I gotta right-click
From
this.
overhead, the drone confirms Christian is armed with what appears to be a
Not
fixed
move
blade knife or
mouse at
sharp piece
all.
of metal.
Hold on.
The danger
Like
persists as he
this?
throws shingles torn from the rooftop at multiple officers below.
Or the other way.
He's
Wait.
throwing stuff at him.
Right here. He's right here. He just threw a shingle at me.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, the shingle.
Nice one.
He's hit me twice now with shingles.
When the fire truck arrives, a carefully placed
On the
ladder allows
north
multiple
side,
officers to
keep
sneak
your
onto the
mouse
roof single
on the
file.
bar
They position
vertical.
themselves along a sloped edge, staying low and out of sight as they prepare for a takedown.
Wait, you can flip the... Wait. Facing slightly. Oh, what?
Yeah, I got one.
Wait, and now I move it just a little bit. To the left.
Do not grab me.
Okay, because then I can click it again. Wow, yo.
I got it.
Yeah, I didn't know that was possible. I don't have to move my
The
mouse ever
suspect's
again.
security officers take a moment to collect themselves.
You're bleeding. Are you okay? You alright?
Shit, you learn something new every day.
Where's that knife at? I got it.
He's like, you hit it on the roof. That would have been what it's supposed to be. Let's go. I don't think he could have done it.
Congrats. Yeah, thank you.
That was perfect. Oh my god. Dude, he had a knife. I felt the knife and I was just holding it. You told me, bro. Or somebody did. Let's check his pockets.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm just trying to be nice to the kids, man. Sir, we can sir, help me, bro. They're gonna kill me. No, I'm telling him. Okay.
With Christian now under control, focus shifts to safely getting him and the officers off the roof. The fire department prepares to deploy a ladder truck with a bucket, and in the meantime, they allow Christian to sit upright.
Lean back. Please, guys, please. Just give me a second, dude. Yeah. Man, okay, I never died before like this.
Down below, officers discuss the irony of the frisbees found in the bag.
That's his bag right there. He's got a whole bag.
Hey, that's why he can throw. He forgot his frisbees down here, so he's using shingles. That's why he can throw. Yeah, he probably got it out of like the grow dumpsters or something. I mean, I guess he's under arrest. We could go through it. Sweet.
You live here? Yeah. Right under me, dude.
Right under here? Okay. Right up here.
Because I was just trying to look at the moon, man.
You got this.
Because I was scared, man.
Why? We're gonna help you.
I will, people scared like me nowadays, man.
Next time, I hope you listen to us. You know what I mean?
It's just trying to look at the moon.
You hit a couple officers too.
I'm sorry, y'all got me back, man. Y'all tased me, stabbed me, broke my shit. I'm f***ed up, man. I'm f***ed up. Hey, please stop. Stop, dude.
Why are you scared of him? He's not gonna hurt you. Relax, man. We're not gonna let nothing happen to you. In fact, take a deep breath.
No, I don't want to do that.
Look at the moon. Relax, man. Where's the moon? I don't even see it.
Hey, wait.
Where was it at when you were looking at it earlier?
I was looking at wait, don't do it.
Oh, there it is.
Look at this. Dude, they're gonna stab me. What do you get when you get 4 Russians and a black dude?
Russians?
Watch your you should get home. Oh, yeah. No. I said, what's a bar in a bar, dude? You know, hey, I'm a drunk Indian. Who knows, you know? Stupid
A ladder truck equipped with a bucket finally arrives and moves into
Stupid
position
shit,
below.
good stupid shit.
You want,
No, we're not gonna hurt you. Seriously.
I'm already up,
I'm
dude.
DCing.
We're not gonna hurt you.
My knees, my
I'll get you
elbows.
into a platform and get you down.
I know
To the
that.
ground. Okay.
Sarge,
Oh, I did drop some
Rich, right?
frames too.
it's Rich, homie. Don't stab me. I'm not, bro. Chill. Oh, no.
Stop.
Come on, my arms. My arms.
Okay.
Dude, stop, please. My arms. Oh, God, damn it. Okay.
Be careful with that now.
Step up. Please.
On their way down, a pointed question by the officer leads to an admission from Christian, one that may explain his bizarre behavior.
What'd you take today, bro? I texted you.
What'd you take?
What
do you take?
Fentanyl.
That's what you use?
That's right.
Do you use fentanyl today?
Yep.
Now safely on the ground, Christian is briefly assessed by paramedics.
Fentanyl, man. I tried to jump off. They got me. I was trying to jump off.
Hey, bro, relax.
Let's not act crazy with
I
him.
won't.
Okay.
I'm not. My knee. I can't move my knee.
And YouTube voice time. Hold on. And there's 51 agility. Okay. 12k to the next level. That didn't take too long, so 11 more k. I think it's just an extra 1k XP to get to 52. And then I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm gonna go do something totally different. I can't take it no more. When did you begin playing RS? Hi, Corey. I started playing in 2004 when I was 6, and then yeah, I think I got banned. I didn't play like consistently until like 2006 or 2007, but you know, since then I was a dumb kid, so I never got anywhere with it. But then I started playing private servers, PKing on private servers and stuff for like a decade after that. And yeah, I played a little bit of old school, I have a couple accounts on old school. So yeah, I'd say anywhere from 05. Yeah, I'm a 1998 baby, that's right. It seems to be a lot of us popping out. I don't know what it was. What it was about that year. You ever play Scilab Garza? No. That kind of sounds familiar for some reason. Is it an RSPS? What is it? Yeah, it is an RSPS. RuneScape. 98 too? You too, Zorian? Oh man, we're all the same age out here. I don't think I've met anybody who plays 04 that's younger than like 22. Yeah, it was a popular RSPS. I remember it just being called Scilab. I think I did play that. I played it for a little bit when I was exploring all of the private servers. Like, once I first started getting into it. I couldn't have been older than like 10 or 11.
Did you kick your feet up?
Okay, I'm bored of the cop shit already. So lame. Hey, everybody point and laugh. This guy's doing fentanyl. Didn't play till 2009 for RuneScape. Played Scilab Garza till it shut down in 2015. Yeah. Yeah, I played some RSPSs, a few of them until they shut down. I remember the first time, well, Battlescape. I played a lot of Battlescape, and Battlescape closed. I feel like it closed like 4 or 5 different times. But the first one, it closed and then reopened. It's like a bounty hunter themed PKing RSPS, and then it reopened again as like an economy PKing RSPS, more focused on the economy. And I really liked that. The second time it came back, I thought Battlescape was one of the best PKing simulation RSPSs out there, because a lot of the other ones just aesthetically weren't doing it for me. I liked that you could pick the DEOB, I think that's what it's called. Or the update version. I always played on 474, I think. Something like that. Yeah, I think it's interesting how there's like parallel journeys that people have for playing RuneScape, where private servers are a huge part of it for some people, and then other people are like, no, I never even played a single private server. Scilab was a perfect clone cosmetically, but the ticks were always off, made PKing hard. Yeah, that's what I really liked about Battlescape, is that it was almost one-to-one to how old school functions post update, with like the updated Gmall, the proper food ticks, and all that stuff. That if you got good at PKing on Battlescape, you could, the skills were transferable. Like, there was a couple things that were different, like some of the Gmall mechanics were different for old school, like the triple click insta-mall, and the one spec click your opponent thing is unique to old school, because Battlescape, you would just like hold the Gmall, click the spec, and it would insta-spec the last person that you attacked, you know, with just one click. Classic servers. I did play a classic server once. I never played RuneScape Classic, so I don't really know too much about it, to be honest. But I do remember checking out a Classic server. I played it for one day, and then I never touched it again. Because I'm like, I want to experience what this was like, but it's just, I have no nostalgia for it compared to, like, this Oprah version. Yeah, I actually, my memory isn't too great, so I struggled to remember a lot of the private servers that I actually played. There was one, I don't know if anybody knows it, but there was one that was a PKing server where you spawned in, like, Sophonem, and that was the home area of the private server, and everybody fought around, like, the pyramids and stuff. Fuck, I forget what that one was called. I forget what a lot of them were called. Dude, I remember this RuneScape private server that was, like, on Mopar. That was escapethefate.noip.biz. I remember getting addicted to that shit. That was one of the first servers I ever played. It wasn't a super big one, though. Yeah, I think it had, like, a couple dozen people playing it.
This video is brought to you by Incogni. Hey there, before I get to the fun stuff today, I want to talk about something a little bit. At Incogni had not existed, someone else would have written me. Hemingway, Dostoevsky, all of us. Proof of that is that there are about 3 candidates for the authorship of Shakespeare's plays. But what is important is Hamlet and A Midsummer Night's Dream, not who wrote them, but that somebody did. The artist is of no importance, only what he creates is important, since there is nothing new to be said. This quote from one of the more memorable interviews from the rarely interviewed American author, William Faulkner, is funny as shit when you have more context for it. Ever self-effacing, Faulkner captured his Southern self-loathing in now famous American novels like The Sound and the Fury, Absalom, Absalom, and plenty of others. His novels, rooted heavily in his own upbringing in a post-Civil War South, often depict the struggles of a rebuilding South, resentful of their lost war, small miserable people bitter at a world equally passing them by, and often through family drama holding them in place. Despite the quote above, Faulkner is directly tied to his own work, which often shows the misanthropy and aimless bile of white Southerners after the Confederacy losing the Civil War, because he was himself raised in that environment. He knew better than most the circular nature of inherited loathing. And from his spiteful depictions of miserable Southerners, you might be tempted to think that, well, he was more of a progressive voice, if nothing else for his castigation of the good old South ideology that, even after the Civil War, went to absurd lengths to depict the Confederacy as valorous and heroic. To put it academically, it was some bitch-ass cope. But Faulkner wasn't progressive. Faulkner's hypocrisy evident even to...
Yeah, soon we're gonna all be able to go to the Wildy course. Which is just crazy. I really should have gotten my agility up way sooner than I did, but... I just really wanted to do clue scrolls and stuff like that, and do quests. I got super distracted doing that stuff, and money making and things like that.
Himself has become the go-to talking point of his literary legacy. His work is rightfully seen as challenging because of the clashing perspectives, contradictions, and switching styles of prose, but also because he constantly tethers his stylistic execution to the meaning of his work. Faulkner himself is a contradiction, being wildly racist, even as the racism of his characters reads as critique, not advocacy. When characters are racist, which happens all the time in books like The Sound and the Fury, Faulkner writes almost as satire, these sad, small men, bitter at people just going about their lives, looking for petty reasons to judge others based on heritage and skin tone, even as they themselves are often taking part in any number of vices the Southerners of Faulkner will negatively ascribe as stereotypical of non-white people. Was his literary achievement and the racist attitudes he carried a result of intensely racist upbringing, holding on to the dead dreams of the South rising again? Doesn't matter in hindsight. Faulkner was a hypocrite, he was a racist, yet his art now stands as a scathing rebuke of the cycles of interpersonal and familial drama and turmoil that crafted miserable Southerners like those he knew, and to a lesser extent himself. Southerners that perpetuated the myth of Confederate valor even as the South crumbled. His assertion that his art would have been made with or without his involvement may have been true in the same way thinking about the thought experiment of the 1,000 monkeys writing out eventually the works of Shakespeare. But in practice, nobody else did make Faulkner's art. and the art ascribed to
Yeah,
him
we're
takes on an
probably
extra
the
layer of
same
meaning
age,
of depth,
huh, Ham?
because it was Faulkner who
My
wrote with such
birthday's
viciousness
in,
the
like,
occasionally
3
rambling
months.
accounts of depressed sharecroppers in the Reconstruction era. This video isn't going to be about Death of the Author, by the way. That's one video essay topic I solemnly swear never to cover, along with Onision and just making videos that explain creepypastas. But I do think that the intention of an author is important when judging art, but so is the context with which it is consumed, the time and place, and the way it's received. What I'm saying is Death of the Author is usually the easy way out. Some talented northerner might have eventually typed out great American novels in the cynical style of Faulkner 30 or 50 years after he did, but it wouldn't be nearly as fascinating to observe as art if the works didn't carry with them the burdens of Faulkner's own failings and his knowledge of them. You can't really separate an artist from his art if you want to better understand it. This video isn't about Faulkner, though. Hello, I just finished The Sound and the Fury for the first time. It was alright. But it sent me down a rabbit hole that helped me contextualize an entirely different and much more recent piece of art, Kanye West's latest song, Heil Hitler. Because in a vacuum, or if you believe the white nationalists on Twitter, you might think this new song from Kanye represents a grand shift or a transgressive or subversive mainstreaming of white supremacist attitudes. But we don't really live in a vacuum, and you can only really judge a piece of art if you take into account all the forces working upon it, the intent behind it, and what it achieves. Surely, eventually, like Faulkner speculated, or like Shakespeare's hypothetical monkeys, someone may have made a similar song with a similar message, but the reality is that Kanye West did, and that's the context we have to judge the work in.
Twitter voice, guys. It's a masterpiece of sticking it to your oppressors. It's a banger. Oh, good one, buddy. It's always the blue check mark, weirdos.
And Kanye West is a bad artist, as in, he's currently making art very poorly. Like, y'all, this shit sucks. I'll break down what, if anything, Kanye is actually saying with Heil Hitler, but for those who aren't terminally online or addicted to watching embarrassing public displays like I am, let's catch up on the context behind it. For the last decade or so, Kanye West has been taking up the spotlight in any way he can. What began as a few eccentric crash outs, bizarre outbursts like saying slavery was a choice for black people, and eventually falling into open white supremacy has now resulted in his latest single, Heil Hitler, in which the infamous rapper sings N-word Heil Hitler. This is after selling a t-shirt with a swastika on it, being dropped from every major marketing and merchandising deal, and cozying up with some of the stupidest people to push alt-right rhetoric like Sneeko and Aiden Ross. Almost immediately after the song hit, streaming services and hosting platforms decided they didn't actually want to host a song that was spreading open Nazi rhetoric, thin though that rhetoric is. I'll get to that in a minute, because while I think there's a bit of hand-wringing about how this is pushing forward Nazi attitudes in the mainstream, I think once one understands just how poorly represented those attitudes are in the actual song, more people will just kind of shrug at Kanye's latest
the thing. People think Kanye is creative enough to add subtext and nuance to his art. It's nowhere to be found. Let's be real.
Grasp for attention. There's nothing here that hasn't been more effectively pushed by people with an actual understanding of Nazism into the mainstream. Yet this song being pushed off of platforms resulted in a bunch of Nazis and white supremacists claiming this as some kind of cultural victory, praising the song as a pushback against wokeness or DEI, or if they're being a bit more honest, they might just say whoever they're going to say in triple parentheses. But is it an actual victory? No. I'm not going to dance around the subject. I'm not going to do the whole video essays thing. I'm just going to say no. And it's actually been equally parts funny and sad to see gremlins like Nick Fuentes praise it as such for a few reasons. First being the white supremacists praising the song reveal just how little they actually have any kind of coherent ideology versus how much they simply value the spectacle of something that triggers the libs. Despite the fact that I haven't seen many people triggered by this trying to start up moral panic or anything, more than anything, I've seen the same resigned boredom that Kanye should be used to being met with, even as he continues to cry about how he's unable to see his kids in a song that talks about his nitrous addiction and how he likes being a cuck, and where he sings Heil Hitler. Yeah, man, it's a fucking mystery why you can't see your kids. Must be the Jews. Kanye is someone in a perpetual state of mental crisis, and because he's also obscenely rich and famous, that has led him to surround himself with yes men and collaborators who will suck up to his ego while also feeding off his fame and now infamy. Little parasites like Nick Fuentes and Sneeko come to mind. This is important context to view his work through and understand what ideology, if any, this song actually puts forward. That is to say, Kanye West is not a creative or imaginative person, but he is incredibly self-centered. This song doesn't really put forward any ideology, aside from Kanye's, and because he's grasping for the most outrage possible, he's tethered his identity to the most basic aesthetic aspects of Nazism. Now, none of the people around Kanye seem to care for someone who's genuinely in need of therapy and healthcare. They feed into his narcissism because it helps them with their own platforms, which people like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes desperately need in the last few years. Nick, in particular, has become such a toxic brand even to his once loyal Groypers, after he flip-flopped on Trump and was revealed to be a little bitch in this very funny police body cam footage.
You think you're a white supremacist? I'm not a white supremacist. I know, I kind of want to.
I'm not even white. This, by the way, same dude who's talked on stream about
Yo, just instantly folds. That's crazy. Nick Fuentes is
a white Aryan victory for his people. His people. Just great. And all of this is sad for a few reasons. Watching these parasites use a severely mentally unstable person is one, but also, to push their white supremacist Heil Hitler rhetoric, they have to use this black rapper, which is also a little wildly funny, because while they're praising the chorus as some kind of victory over wokeness,
you live in the States? Yeah, I live in New York State. I live in upstate New York.
Have to ignore the fact that their avatar in this culture war isn't just black and obviously mentally unwell, but because this hot summer anthem that all these internet Nazis are posting videos about them singing in the car comes from an album called Cuck
Oh,
And
hell
in a
yeah.
song where Kanye
Atlanta. Ooh, shit. I heard they got really good food in Atlanta.
he talks about how much he loves being cucked. And this all comes hot on the heels of him saying that the song on this album, Cousin, is about his cousin that he showed porn to and maybe had an incestuous relationship with when he was younger. Now, if you follow the various strands of...
Yeah, Georgia is quite a ways away. Still not as far as Pink lives in fucking... on the other side of the country, pretty much.
White
on the
supremacist
other side
talking
of the
point.
continent, I should say.
Online over the last decade or so, almost all of this might seem at odds with what people like Nick Fuentes, Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, and all the other sub-room temperature IQ ding-dongs in that space have professed to be their beliefs, which they often base around a Western identity of whiteness, of advocating traditional gender roles and that men need to be masculine and in charge. So a black person pushing their message? Someone who was recently caught on camp and Nick, nodded on in agreement by any metric. From everything he said, if these people had any consistency in their beliefs, they would be calling Kanye a globalist degenerate.
Yeah. People call us cucks and cucks. I'll get cucked and shit. Just would like to switch it up. But for the rush, you know. Yeah, it's like rush. Like be on the out.
I'll get cucked. Just to switch it up. I'm bored. I'll just get cucked because I'm bored.
Outside the door, shit, car racing. Yeah.
But like I already mentioned, these people kind of have to take whatever they can get, and it's not about actual policy, it's about triggering wokies. So this grand cultural victory they're proclaiming basically comes down to the fact that someone said Heil Hitler, while they have to ignore the vessel of that message being an emasculated non-white man that would have sent Hitler's meth-addled heart into convulsions. And by the way, I'm not trying to diss on anybody who has a cuck fetish, I'm more just repeating it to point out the fact that for all they claim to love masculinity, it sure seems like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes don't have a problem nodding along with the cuck fetishism when it might get them something. This is their great victory, grasping at whatever straws they can, claiming literally anything they can, because even as Trump's right-wing agenda takes over the government, people are getting more and more fed up with these grifters and scumbags in social spaces. When they've built their entire brands, like Andrew Tate, around being transgressive and pissing people off by ostentatious displays of wealth and arrogance, the edge of bumping this song as some kind of FU to this imagined system they're fighting against kind of loses its edge. But also, notably, what system are you fighting back against? What system do they purport to rage against? As much as they want to piss everybody off, everyone is already kind of numb to this. Thanks in no part to the fact that now we just see rhetoric like this all the time on Twitter from anime Nazi girl avatars. Thanks, Elon. They all think they're doing something brave and shocking, but it's too easy to see how thin the sentiment is. It's boring. It's played out. As happens with every shocking cultural touchstone of the moment, people like Kanye and Nick Fuentes have nowhere else to continue going except to say the shocking thing that got them infamy louder and louder. This is like if Marilyn Manson and Eminem just made the same album for 20 years straight. And seeing this coming from a nearly 50-year-old man with the emotional depth of a 7th grader writing poetry after his first book, it rings as the antithesis to the artistic maturity a good artist would have at least attempted to reach for by now. Mostly because I honestly don't think Kanye can reach that level of maturity anymore. But aside from its shock value, it's also not effective propaganda, even if they want to try to claim it to be such. Putting aside for a moment the pure parody of it, like this feels like a cut bit from an early season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, where Larry would find himself to be new friends with a recording artist and then go into the studio one day while he's recording. And then later he'd go to Jeff, he'd say, he's a black Nazi. And Jeff would go, what do you mean? And Larry goes, his song, you know? The refrain, it says N-word Heil Hitler. And Jeff would say, hey, you can't say that. And Larry would say, I'm a Jew, I can say Heil Hitler. And Jeff would say, no, the other thing. And then Jeff would ask, does he know you're Jewish? And Larry would go, no. Oh, unless the doctor I told him to go see, he wanted a prescription for nitrous, and I told him to go see Dr. Rosenbaum. And then it would cut to this news footage.
Which was misdiagnosed by a, I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
But jokes aside,
so
Kanye's latest
good.
song isn't effective propaganda, and indeed is poor art all around because it's just empty. And I don't mean in a performative, dadaist, or surreal way where the over-the-top strangeness or extremity is part of some satirical aspect, or deconstructing a larger idea. There's nothing to deconstruct. There's nothing to claim as
This is just
intentionally
like
obtuse or
prime, like, celebrity groomed mental illness, narc mental illness at its max, rich people sickness.
difficult to grapple with in terms of artistry. Though I do think Kanye, in his incredibly immature way of thinking, thinks he's making some kind of big artistic statement, even as he fails to do so. More than anything, Kanye's Nazi propaganda fails because it's from Kanye. Not because he's black or he's being taken advantage of by sycophants, though both of those things are contributing factors to why it's funny to see white race people egg him on, but solely because Kanye is not a trustworthy artist. I don't believe he believes anything he says, or at least understands what he's actually saying. I have no doubt, by the way, that Kanye is going to continue being, at least publicly, a Nazi. But at every turn, he's proven he doesn't really understand what that means. I don't think he understands what most things mean, except for the basic idea that if he says something loud enough and abrasive enough, it will get him more attention. Look, for example, at the now infamous Alex Jones interview he did, where Kanye simply says he loves Hitler ad nauseum, and grifter grand wizard Alex Jones needs to navigate the interview by attempting to downplay Kanye's sentiments, shifting his intention to saying, oh no, he just likes the outfits because he's into fashion. Even though these shoes are Kanye's single most notable contribution to the fashion world. That's what Yeezys look like? This is like the aftermath of a bionicle foot job. For me, this interview was a point where who Kanye is really clicked. From the cringe-inducing Net and Yoo-Hoo skit, where he played with a net and a bottle of Yoo-Hoo as a stand-in for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, to Nick Fuentes' proud beaming of the chaos he'd unleashed, to Alex Jones' slow realization that unlike most grifters he had on as guests, Ye wouldn't tone down his rhetoric, and eventually the entire embarrassing spectacle congealed into the revelation that Kanye has no idea what it actually means to be a Nazi. He has no idea the history behind Israel or who Netanyahu is. He's probably been drip-fed a steady stream of Nazi fun facts from Nick Fuentes and is just repeating them in a goofy mask because it's going to get him more attention. His perception of the tangible reality the rest of us inhabit is so questionable that I wouldn't be surprised at this point if he thinks lizard people are real. And insulated by obscene amounts of money and manipulative people, he's been free to continue spiraling deeper and deeper into a perpetual breakdown with no social consequences or personal interventions, at least none that matter to him. And all of this is incredibly important context to consider when you look at the artistic aspects of his latest stunt. Let's actually look at the lyrics themselves, not all of them, just the ones that can loosely be credited with making up the verses. He starts with, man, these people took my kids from me. Then they paused my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Where the fuck's my nitrous? Yes, I'm a cuck. I like when people fuck on my bitch. The shit that I'm posting on Twitter, they telling me, hey, don't say that. How N-words can't see me in public, I'm driving an off-road Maybach. With all the money and fame, I can't get my kids back. With all the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. N-words see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi. Yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. So, very simple to start. There's nothing about the lyrics that can't be described as amateurish. The prose,
I mean, that's high art right there, everybody. Holy shit. That's when people say he's a lyricist, that's what they mean.
the rhymes themselves, the flow is just honestly fucking embarrassing for any rap artist, let alone one who is ostensibly famous for being a rapper. But even in the content, you can see him jump from topic to topic, drawing connections where there really aren't none. Man, they took my kids from me. Then he credits those same people as pausing his bank account. Then you get some Andrew Tate level dipshit speak with references to being stuck in the Matrix, and the next line is about his addiction to nitrous. If you didn't know Kanye's story and heard this, you'd think it was either an elaborate character in a poorly written concept album or someone in deep crisis. There's no connective tissue between the personal, the conspiracy, and the drugs Kanye is abusing. Maybe it's an example of someone actually becoming their art in a meta way. It's certainly impossible to separate who Kanye is from this work of art, but that doesn't make it good, and certainly not intentional. For example, if you were to go on Kanye's Twitter account recently, you can see the scattered, completely unrelated fixations he cycles through. There's a video of him delivering some kind of sermon, a post where he hopes his mother's proud of him, a post supporting Gaza, meanwhile saying his Nazi movement is non-violent. This, in and of itself, shows how little he knows about the history of a movement that killed 6 million people, but the full spectrum of these posts, often just short and capitalized statements sporadically thrown into the social media ether with seemingly very little consideration, illustrates an understanding of the world that is fractured at best and entirely insular at worst. Like I said, this isn't Nazi ideology so much as it's Kanye's ideology. The thing here, as in the song, is there is genuine pain. in Kanye. I believe that much. I think that whatever depression he's been dealing with and unpacking the isolation from his kids, the loss of his mother, and now 2 wives, and then adding the pressure of being a major recording artist, it weighs on him as it would anyone. But at a certain point, you can't blame behavior on mental illness, especially when you're trying to use it to push so much evil. The most important aspect of the song isn't the chorus where people sing Heil Hitler, nor is it the entirely non sequitur standalone rhyme, she reaching down my pants, she got the world in her hands, that accompanies the repetitive refrain later in the song, just out of nowhere. It is in fact the very beginning, where he says, they don't know how I be feeling, so I became a Nazi. Yeah, I'm the villain. This is, aside from the Adolf Hitler speech clip played at the end of the video, the only real reference to Nazism in the actual song. The rest of it is complaining about what are essentially now the consequences of Kanye's own actions. He's continually pushing and prodding, and this song reveals why. He's basically Sephiroth posting on main. He is punching himself in the face with his choices, and then is yelling to everyone about how he's being beaten up by triple parentheses them as he continues punching himself, until he stops and he says, all right, just this once I'll show you my full power. You want me to be the bad guy? You got it. And then he's just back to punching himself in the face. It's fucking embarrassing behavior for an adult, let alone somebody almost 50. Even in the Hitler quote, which is essentially chosen, at least I'm assuming in Kanye's mind, to parallel his own struggles, to Kanye, this is probably why he's grown so attached to Hitler and Nazism and Nazi iconography, pushed by dorks like Fuentes into seeing them as some kind of tortured underdogs he can easily imprint on. But to the rest of the world, the song, Kanye, and even the Hitler quote are all easy to see through. They're self-serving declarations of a persecution complex that manifests in the edgiest shit a 50-year-old man can muster. Yet, Kanye's internal turmoil might still provide a rich backdrop to artistic expression. It might, if it wasn't being wielded by an unmedicated narcissist surrounded by weasels. Instead, the ultimate result of Kanye's crisis, at least so far, is Heil Hitler, a music video with terrible audio production despite looking expensive, and lyrics that are, I know this is titled Artistic Critique, so it's kind of an excuse to act like a liberal dickhead art critic, but there's no way to sugarcoat how vapid, plain, basic, amateurish, and self-indulgently stupid the actual words to this fucking song are. See, the song isn't subversive because it's not subverting anything. This is a rich man from an upper middle class background who desperately needs help and medication. From an artistic standpoint, you might be tempted to say, well, the idea of a black person shilling white supremacy is pretty edgy, except it's not. Black Israelites and plenty of other racial groups have had the black anti-Semitism beat on lock far before Kanye was ever making rhymes, and they actually had, like, ideology and beliefs. They're stupid fucking ideology and beliefs, but they didn't just believe in themselves, as Kanye does. Perhaps one of the funniest things about Cuck, and by extension this song, is that it apparently wasn't actually written by Kanye, but Dave Blunt's, according to Kanye himself. With how dogshit the lyrics are, I don't really get why anyone else would be needed. The dude isn't just bad at being a Nazi, he can't even write his own shit. I guess Cuck is kind of fitting. Yes, Dave Blunt's apparently wrote all of these wonderful lyrics, so I guess you can blame him for insulting your ears. Though I honestly have my doubts about how true this is, given how well these lyrics line up with Kanye's thought process and speaking style, unless Dave Blunt is also just an idiot narcissist, so who knows. But also because while Dave has said this album isn't anti-Semitic,
I got mad water. We're staying hydrated as fuck tonight.
he's calling anti-Semitic, so who knows? Who gives a shit? The only way you could call Kanye's latest song subversive or say it represents a cultural victory is if you basically have to take any dub you can if you're a Nazi. And it's not surprising that so many Nazis are ready to jump on something so blatant, obvious, and empty. If you couldn't tell by how they latch onto and defend things like the satire of 40K or Starship Troopers, a guiding idea behind modern online right-wing movements is not being able to parse depth in art. It's actually kind of shocking how empty this song is, speaking of depth, for a song where a man is pleading to see his children. Even the imagery used in the lyrics, despite being written by Dave Blunt's, apparently, is insultingly basic. They took my kids. People on Twitter don't know how I'm feeling. This is an almost 50-year-old man singing lyrics that make him sound like a middle schooler on MySpace in 2008 crying about breaking up with his girlfriend. It's not just embarrassing as a narcissistic attention grab, it's embarrassing as a failure of basic artistic expression. This is apparently the deepest depths of Kanye being bared for the world to see, and these lyrics are getting their ass beat by a 32-year-old barista named Tyler who's taking night poetry classes at the local community college. No depth to speak of, even to Kanye's music video. The image of black men kitted out in animal skins might make you think that it's some kind of high commentary on racism or the ethnic origins of black Americans, or how racism is perpetuated in America, maybe cycles of violence, maybe it's all satirical. It's not. None of it. It's an empty provocation, likely meant to evoke the satirical minstrel.
Yo, Pink, look at this. Look at this shit. Anybody know who she is? Anybody know who she is?
Imagery and Childish Gambino's This Is America video. Not only is there nothing new here, but it feels like trying to copy somebody else's homework. Kanye isn't trying to say anything about society with this song. He's bragging about being a cuck and doing nitrous and paying a bunch of people to say N-word Heil Hitler. Like I said, I do empathize with the fact that Kanye seems to be in genuine emotional turmoil, but empathy only extends so far. He is not someone who will feel the insulting weight of bigotry that he's espousing when it's blared on loudspeakers to black people at marches and rallies by white nationalists. He's just someone who wants to see his name on more headlines.
No way, it's the GOAT. Okay, is it Drake? Is it Kendrick? Is it Lil Wayne? Is it Hitler? I mean, Kanye?
And in more people's Twitter mentions while soaking up this particular moment of notoriety. The long and short of it is that Kanye West is an idiot, and this isn't about being principled or making any kind of intentional political statements. It's about a narcissist going to the ultimate extreme to make sure people are still talking about him. And aside from the Nazis desperate to claim any cultural victory they can, the only thing people are still talking about is how embarrassing Kanye has become and how many people regret ever having liked him now. This alt-right shtick has been going on far too long to still be provocative or subversive or a victory of any kind. These messages and sentiments have wormed their way into the cultural moment far more effectively and insidiously on places like Twitter, thanks to Elon Musk, and through the proximity of noxious assholes like Stephen Miller, but proclaimed so loudly and hypocritically by people like Kanye, they're empty.
Pink, these flowers, you know how I said they kind of smell like cinnamon cookies? Well, they have like a cardamom, like coriander smell, but since I put them in the room, it's like an aerosol. It's like it perfumed the whole room, and it just smells super good in here now because of those.
These shock tactics being pushed by people who have...
I think June told me what they were. Yeah, Lunaria. They're Lunarias. Very pretty. We just have them growing in the backyard.
No idea what the ideology they're supporting actually consists of. Maybe it's representative.
I remember that, Pink. Did you ever show me? Because I remember you told me, but I don't really remember what kind of flowers you got. Because I can show you the other flowers that we got, because recently my wife's mom got us some flowers and vines. So I don't think it's black-eyed Susans. I forget what it's called, but I'll have to show you tomorrow because they're all outside. But they're super pretty. Oh, black magnolias, or black mambas, and pink ones. So pretty.
Of a deeper cultural rot, the proliferation of an attention economy that, fittingly enough for somebody in the orbit of Aiden Ross and Sneeko, prizes controversy and bile over any actual beliefs, or more damningly, any understanding of the rare beliefs that are genuinely expressed. But like Faulkner can't be truly understood without digging into his personal history and attachments to the racism of the South and how that came through in his work, Kanye's latest in a long line of vapid displays of tired racism can't be properly observed without considering that Kanye West is, first and foremost, an idiot whose talents have been overshadowed by his personal manias and obsessions. And once you get past that, he's additionally an idiot who's being manipulated and taken advantage of for his platform. This, of course, doesn't absolve him of the fact that he is actually spreading anti-Semitism, conspiracy theories, and open praising meth-addled fat sacks like...
I can quiet the YouTube tab and the desktop audio, but there's nothing I can really do other than talk louder, but it's nighttime and everybody's sleeping, so...
Adolf Hitler. He's providing racist fodder for people who don't even see him as human, but will latch themselves on to his public meltdown.
Got you here.
Because they want to will into existence the
what
narrative
about that?
Because
Because
triggering...
now that should be quieter than my voice. So if you just crank it, you should be able to hear me just fine.
People with tired epithets. Maybe Faulkner was right about the artist being less important than the art, but in this case, I think it's a tie. I think the artist and the art are equally irrelevant, relegated to an immediate dustbin by just how fucking tired people are with empty sentiment. Maybe it's fitting that Kanye's radical turn comes on the tide of the same sterile cynicism we've grown tired of from content creators who seemingly
Bro, this guy's gonna die, dude. Dude, don't die, goat.
anything they can or say anything for just another shred of attention. Maybe that's why I can't bring myself to actually care that much.
Bro, you
I'm
want
just
a
so tired of
lobby?
idiots
Wait, take
screaming
food.
anything for attention, believing in nothing, and having no redeeming value to their work. Whether this would have happened with or without Kanye is
I hope I don't. He's not eating. Dude refuses to eat his... He's not eating his veggies.
The world now has Kanye West's song, Heil Hitler, in its possession. And it's not offensive, it's not daring, it's not subversive, it's not fighting back against anything. It's just fucking embarrassing for everybody involved.
And also, don't forget to go to incogni.com/deaddomain and use promo code DEADDOMAIN to get a great deal and start taking back your cybersecurity.
Okay, I need some juicy content.
Never mind. He was on Hinge, looking for a life partner in a long-term relationship. After he told me he wanted to marry me multiple times, of course. I loved this person so deeply. So to find out that they're basically an entirely other person and doing all these things and being with other people to a absolutely horrifying level. Like, I can't explain this. Isn't one or two people that they cheated on me with.
So we have a who the fuck did I...
Have you ever heard the 100 Gex Lavapalooza set list? Yes, I absolutely have, and I love 100 Gex. That slaps. I do really love Laura Less's early work, and Dylan Brady. Dylan Brady has great early work too, and solo content.
Did I marry?
Yeah, I love that set.
Esque story, and this one is a doozy, y'all. This one is crazy. It's like 10 parts. It's an hour long. You know what I mean? But stay to the end, please. It's very interesting. It's a road. I thought about cutting it up, and I was like, nah, I'm just gonna play it all the way through. We're all gonna get through it. I think it's interesting enough to, you know, to keep us locked in. I was enthralled and I was invested the whole time. And shout out to the...
Oh, you should look up, I think it's Claws by Dylan Brady. It's like the OG Claws for Charlie XCX, I'm pretty sure.
Creator name is Casey. It's terrible that
it's
this
so
happened to her.
good. It bangs so hard.
I really hope this never happens to anybody else, another woman in particular. So let's spread the story, let's spread awareness, because the man is still out there doing the same thing allegedly to other women. And lastly, I'm not going to be talking that much during it because it's already long and there's really not much I need to add to it. She's going to tell her story. I really want to get her story out there. That's the most important thing. So I appreciate it.
In the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you need to watch this video. If you're a young single woman in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you need to watch this video. Before I get into it, I just want to put a disclaimer that this video is solely for educational purposes. No hate to anyone involved. This is all my experience, opinion, and...
Stream that? Shit. Watch my stream get taken down instantly. Hold up. I was told that YouTube is way worse for music, copyrighted music, than Twitch is. I'm pretty sure Twitch you can play mostly anything you want. I don't know anything about that shit though, but you know, I'm not booking on this being copyrighted. I'll just say that. That's what I'm booking on. This is my song, by the way, guys. I made this song. Don't report me. Bangs. Just goes so hard. Holy.
Alleged. Welcome to Who the Fuck Did I Think I Was Going to Marry, Part 1. I'm going to try to keep it brief, but there's a lot. If you're from Dallas-Fort Worth, you probably recognize this person. I'm not from that area. I'm from New England, but I've known this person a majority of my life, and we grew up 5 minutes apart. I really never thought I would let this photo see the light of day, but this is us at our 8th grade graduation dance for proof. This was in like 2010. I've been in a relationship with this person from like Christmas time, Thanksgiving of this past year to like last week. Also, absolute last disclaimer too, the number one thing that I'm worried about in this whole situation is the number of people that this person has been physically intimate with. No shame in being physically intimate with multiple people whatsoever, but there is shame in not properly disclosing that, especially if you are not wanting to use condoms and asking your partner to not also use condoms and being with other people and not sharing that. If you have been physically intimate with this person in any capacity in recent months, I highly recommend that you get tested. And there's no shame in that. There's only shame on not properly disclosing your sexual history to your partner and putting their sexual health at risk. Okay, now that that's out of the way, we'll just get into it. Aside from knowing this person my entire life, pretty much, we recently reconnected this past Thanksgiving when I ran into him at a bar in my hometown, and I gave him my phone number. That was pretty much it. He texted me almost instantly, and at this point, I had been coming off of months of healing from a really bad breakup that ended in that person being on Hinge. Ryan, if you're watching this, fuck you.
Jesus.
Right off the bat, when this person was texting me, I immediately said, first 3 texts I sent to him were just saying, hey, I haven't started dating anyone yet. I've been really healing. Like,
Congrats, Amp. I'm assuming boom means he did it. He did it. Where is he in my friends list? Oh, he's not online.
in my healing process. I'm unsure if I want to see anyone, but like I did give you my number, so I'm sorry about that. I'll show you the text. So here's the text that I sent. Very transparent, very communicative, as I pride myself on being. You can see before he offered to FaceTime me, which felt very forward, and immediately wanted like my social medias. At the time, I didn't have any social media. I bet he wishes I didn't have any now. To which he said all of the right things. He was like, I'm so happy that you're working on yourself. That's really amazing. I'm so glad. I don't want to push you, but if you're open to it, I'd love to pursue a connection with you. So I could get into the details. I could show you every text, and I will show you some. But basically, the gist is I opened up a lot about my 5-year relationship ending, the trust issues I had with that specifically because that person was on Hinge, which I'll get to. He came on very, very strong, saying he wanted to FaceTime me. He wanted me to come to Texas with him, like that he would be home during Christmas and that he could see me. It's like it was very strong vibes, but I didn't really know how to read it. It was my first time like dating, and it's my first time really dating as an adult ever. So I just kind of stopped texting him like frequently. I didn't talk to him very frequently, and I said, let's just reconnect when you come back for Christmas. Christmas time rolls around. He flies from Texas back to New Hampshire, where we're from. By the way, he was also seeing a girl in Boston and flew back with a girl from Texas, which I found out through somebody because of my social media post. We have an absolute incredible first date, like out of a movie. I get there, it goes amazing. We sit at the bar for hours, talk about everything. He opens every door for me. He pulls out my chair. He takes off my coat. He takes care of the check. Like, he has his hand like around me. He asks if it's okay if he puts his arm around me. We talk about so much. We talk about everything. And I was just like, you know what? I love how this man knows what he wants. He's very direct. He's very straightforward. Like, he talks so heavily about wanting to be a father, have a family, be a present dad, have a job that allows him to be present, and said he wanted to take parenting classes, that he could be an equally contributing partner. Like,
It's almost as if he was weaponizing therapy. Like, he has gone to therapy to some extent, or he's at least on like some type of like therapy talk, or you know what I'm saying? And he just is consuming a lot about therapy terms, it sounds like, and he used it and he weaponized it. This is crazy. Very evolving.
Amazing stuff I'd never heard from a man before. He was so pushy on me about how much he wanted to be a family man. And when I came out and said, I don't want children, it was like he flipped a switch. He was just like immediately like, oh, I don't want children. We can be the cool aunt and uncle. Like, I don't need to have kids. We can save our money. Like, I personally think he was just feeding me what he thought either the girl before me or other girls like wanted to hear.
So you clocked that and you didn't think anything about it.
And when I said that I didn't want kids, he just, again, told me what I wanted to hear. But I didn't realize that until later. We end the day. He puts me in my car. He closes the door. I get ready to leave. And I don't know why I did this. And it was such a good memory until now. I fling open the car door and I say, blank, like his name, wait. And he just like goes to hug me and I give him a kiss and we share this amazing kiss, like out of a Hallmark movie. I'm not saying that to be like, to brag about it, but like, it was incredible. We both felt it, or at least I felt it. I shouldn't say we both. I don't know what he feels. He doesn't feel anything. Amazing. I go home telling my friends, like, I'm like, oh my God, like my friend from high school who knows him. I'm like, oh my God, like this man is amazing. I am so happy that I found him. Like, I really hit the jackpot. He's so kind, but like, I'm going to take it slow because I don't want to mess it up. I'm head over heels for this man already. He goes back to Texas right after Christmas. We're texting just nonstop paragraphs about what we want in a partner, how we've been working on ourselves, like what we really like. He's starting to tell me that he really sees this could go somewhere and that he would love to pursue me, and like he hopes that he's not being too pushy and wants to respect my boundaries, but he thinks I'm a very special girl. He even says that if I don't want to move to Texas for him, that he would be willing to make the move to come up to New Hampshire for me. You can pause to read for yourself. We were basically talking about how like distance wouldn't be sustainable long term and we want to be close to each other. He says he'd move back to New Hampshire for me, but he would love for me to come to Texas. You can also take note of this part here where he's like, I would rather take the chance and wonder. I would rather pursue and wonder. I'd rather try than fail. Like, if you've talked to this man, these are phrases that you have definitely heard out of his mouth. He uses the same phrases when he talks to everyone, but we'll get to that. I picked up that he was love bombing me pretty quickly. It was pretty obvious. But I really thought that I had two choices. I could either let my struggles in my previous relationship ruin what could potentially be an amazing connection by having up all these walls and being suspicious, or I could go in kind of aware that I'm being love bombed, but like just embrace someone actually like caring about me and wanting to be nice to me. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't. I'm trying to get.
And this is why when I talk about, like, I remember watching the video and this guy was saying how, like, you know,
They're doing the Golden Dome announcement.
Existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology.
Why is this so
far advanced
low, the audio?
But including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles, all of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down positive.
Oh, you know, free healthcare, childcare, UBI, fuck all that shit. 25 bill on missile defense. Let's go.
We have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total.
It's fully operational, folks.
Cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. A very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped or really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close.
We're number one, folks. We finally, because of me, we're number one.
And Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I bet he's good at offense too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job, and everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job, so I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here. The press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way, but you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had. And I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip. And now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there, so this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in, and they want to see if they can be a part of it. It sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one. You know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody. And Pete, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept. Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America.
Oh my God, is this going to also be a permanent fixture? Oh God, this is going to be a permanent fixture in the room. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, I hope he keeps this next to the Gulf of America post. Golden Dome for America, right next to the Gulf of America.
The technology wasn't there.
Oh my
Now it is,
God.
and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones.
Do these guys think America did not have some of the most complex, some of the most advanced surface-to-air anti-missile capabilities? Like, are we supposed to act like the United States of America already did not have the most advanced missile defense capabilities on the planet? What is going on here? Are they stupid? What is happening? Our missile defense system against ICBM is not good on the continent. Yeah, our missile defense system against ICBMs is called America's positioning on the map. And you're wrong about that too. What the like, there are multiple points of both failure and also multiple points of defense. Like, you have the nuclear sponge state.
You don't understand. It's gold now. Yeah.
For example, where all of the nuclear arsenal, where a majority of the nuclear arsenal is, because they're supposed to be.
We're upgrading from iron, folks. We finally got 40 mining. We're going gold. Number one, we got gold.
The areas that you're, nuking if there was ever a nuclear holocaust. I don't know what the purpose of this is. I guess like
start doubling down on the
golden shower.
Golden
Oh my
Dome
God.
is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that.
We've all grown up enjoying that quality of life, huh? Really?
I greatly appreciate
really
your
now.
trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also, very importantly, it's we're the only ones that have this. We call it super technology. Nobody else has it, and nobody else has really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, the general said close to 100% protection. So that's something we need. I think it's a very And everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you too, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence. And that was in the vault for many decades under...
What about the Constitution, though? What about that, you know, that little piece of paper? What about that one?
Right under this area.
He loves that he brought that out. He loves that he brought that out. It wasn't a vault. I brought it
That
out.
was the original Abraham Lincoln.
We have a curtain on it.
Washington and,
You see, we put a curtain on it because it will be damaged by light, they say, but I still keep
so
the
it's
curtain
very
off.
Exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document.
I doubt that it's the original one.
And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise, just some great presidents.
It's like a child. But again, everyone's perspective now is childlike. Everyone's got baby brains.
Or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs, where we have some great. So it's very exciting. The place has become
Show and tell, yeah.
Gym, right? Yes, much better. Different, slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words. Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it. Right. The space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it. And Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much. It's going to be a big factor. Thank you, and good luck, and congratulations. You won that race by a lot. That wasn't even a contest.
Glazing.
Thanks to you all of your support.
Wait.
Won that
I
race by
can't take the glazing. Indiana, yeah, as we all know, military capital of America, Indiana.
That wasn't
just slobbering on the knob.
even a contest, right? Well, thanks to you and all your support.
Holy.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead, Mr. This is Senator Kramer, and
Motherfucker's getting glazed like a donut.
he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called it. I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really well because North Dakota has some great space assets and that contributed to that, and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me to start doing it. By the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Goodline's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure, better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that. That's
for
great.
sure.
Dan Sullivan, Alaska, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense that you articulated then during your first term. And now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. The Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. In what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on our, I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement, be here, sir. And, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems.
Can they stop saying homeland? I don't give a if she bombs Fort Rape. No, that's not. First of all, like, there's a very easy fix to all of this, okay? It's called not with the rest of the world. It's not like the idea that like we're constantly under threat by all these other countries when we are the dominant force on the planet with 800 to 1,000 open active military bases everywhere is so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, what do you mean? Dude, we are the threat to everybody. There is a real easy and very quick solution to all of this, which is called don't with other people. Like, what the
Very protective. I think you can rest assured they'll be...
We act like diplomacy doesn't exist because I think at the end of the day, it is pure projection. Because like with us, diplomacy doesn't exist. We're barbaric demons. So we just assume everyone else is also just as barbaric as us, but they are just not entertaining that because of our, I guess, defense capabilities, This is wild and a little scary because what the is Donald Trump planning on doing that he is this worried about like hypersonic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles coming down continental United States' direction? You know, what the f is he gonna do?
Told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be
RPG sent us here.
but we'll work with them on pricing.
RPG raid.
With them on pricing.
I also
Yo,
don't
who
know.
is
I don't like. Would that
RPG? Hi, everybody. Holy. Hi, Mrs. Pagan. Hi, Henrik. Hi, Monster High.
would a world war be waged this way?
Yo, where are you all coming from? Is RPG an 04 streamer? Hi, Ghoul. Thank you, RPG, whoever you are. Hell yeah. I'll have to check him out. I will have to check RPG out. Thank you very much.
Like, even if there was like some weird thing that happened,
We're just, you know, slaving away on the monkey bars from New Zealand. Oh, hell yeah. You know what? I've never met an uncool person from New Zealand. I'm gonna be
and
real.
all of the nukes.
Everybody from New
destroyed.
Zealand I've ever met is wicked cool. Oh, hi, RPG. RPG's in the chat, too. Yo. Thank you.
No more nukes, right? So it's not going to be nuclear holocaust instantly. Okay? Then even in that situation, it wouldn't be like ballistic missiles being lobbed towards the United States. It'd probably be drone
Ghoul
swarms.
shouted me out to raid. Yo, what's up, Ghoul? Let's go.
You know? Like, I suspect it would be the Chinese Navy, okay, launching drone swarms off the coast of the Atlantic and the Pacific, right? Like, it wouldn't be ballistic missiles, I don't think. Drones can't fly that far. Yeah, no, I'm saying that it would be off of the coast.
Let me check out your channel real quick. Hell yeah. What have you been doing on 04 RPG? Off to pick up your son from school? Hell yeah. Be safe. Thank you very much. Quest track grind. Oh, hell yeah.
Off of the coast. You are wrong on this. He's doing it for the right reasons, and this will help us. I will not elaborate further. I think this is good.
It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology far advanced from that system.
And just one follow up on the adversaries. Have you addressed?
Yeah, I'm just grinding to 52 agility so I can use the wildy course. It's been long. It's been so long.
Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will, yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping, Americans, with the goal of keeping Americans.
Wait, is my stream not tagged with 2004 Scape? Wait. Hold on. I don't think I can edit it. Yeah, I don't think I can edit it right now from OBS, but I'll have to double check that next time. I haven't streamed in like 2 months.
Americans safe with this. Can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years.
Ping.
And we'll have a big phase in. We're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion complete.
The U.S. is very scared of hypersonics right now. We put an entire new site on Guam. We're putting new silos in Alaska. China is definitely the fear. Golden Dome is just the same thing, but on a bigger scale.
You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. What we
Yeah, remember, by the way, I'm reminded of yet another incredible campaign promise from Donald Trump, which was that we were going to cut spending in the military and no longer entertain silly wars that must not be fought. Really cool promise from Donald Trump that he is obviously following through on, you know, as you can see.
A military build-up.
What made me decide to stream today? Well, I said I was going to stream yesterday, and then the day before yesterday, I said I was going to stream tomorrow, and then the day before yesterday, I said I was going to stream that day. So, you know, I'm like, I'm not going to go to bed without streaming today, because it's just been redonkulous. I've just been, just procrastinating it.
along the borders towards Finland and Norway.
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
But it's been making the agility grind much more enjoyable than it would be otherwise.
Volodymyr Zelensky saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my
Here, this is what I was talking about, yeah. This is a concept. Ace Combat is real in China. China's first aerial mothership, Shuchan SSUAW, is scheduled for its maiden flight in June. It can cruise up to 15,000 meters high, carrying over 100 small drones or 1,000 kilograms of missiles, the range of 7,000 kilometers. Don't worry, China's military is peace-oriented from the start. We grow stronger to deter aggression, unlike the U.S.
Unlike the U.S. Oh, fuck, dude. 25 bill. Man, and he can't put $1 million into my bank account? Come on now. Are we supposed to be hearing Hassan? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Here, let's watch a Taurus cabinet video. These are fun to listen to. I gotta catch up on his videos.
Who is the most important person?
This guy is like the most lesbian-coded egg type of man I've ever seen in my life.
In the world right now. When asked that question, most people would probably say it's a world leader, someone with massive administrative power, Donald Trump or Xi Jinping. Others might suggest that it's not a political leader, but a corporate one. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, maybe Sam Altman. Still others would object to the framing of important to mean roughly the same thing as powerful, and would opt for somebody who will be remembered far into the future, someone who's inspiring people, like the Dalai Lama, or someone who's inventing things like mRNA vaccine pioneer Katalin Kariko. If you're prone to the argument that it's not money or politics that really controls the world, but entertainment, you might plump for Taylor Swift. But ultimately, this turns into a rather dull academic debate because it's really just a who's who of powerful people. There are no surprises here. Everyone knows every single one of these people. The only candidate for world's most important person right now who I would charitably call obscure is Peter Navarro, Trump's tariff guy, and if you follow the news, you know who that is. A far more interesting question, and one a lot more likely to expose people's fundamental views about the world, is this: who is the most important person in history? Here, any answer at all would need to be backed up with a hell of a justification. Just for the sake of looking off the beaten path, I might nominate Stanislav Petrov, one of the very few people who can be said, without exaggeration, to have saved the world. On September 26, 1983, Soviet Air Force Colonel Stanislav Petrov received an alert from the USSR's early warning satellites that the United States appeared to have launched 5 nuclear missiles from the vicinity of North Dakota, a state where Soviet spies had long known the US had missile silos. A nuclear first strike by the US was seen as a legitimate possibility at this point. Ronald Reagan was president, threatening the USSR in apocalyptic terms, and just a month before, Soviet fighter jets had accidentally shot down a commercial airliner over the Pacific with a US congressman aboard, straining Cold War tensions to what may have been their most toxic moment since the Cuban Missile Crisis. If the US really was shooting off nuclear missiles, Soviet protocol was, of course, to order a retaliatory strike. Without that much evidence, Petrov decided not to tell his superiors about the supposed missiles, believing they had to be a false alarm, which they were, and even if they weren't, those...
Am I in a gaming house? No. I'm just in my room with my wife. I'm in our bedroom.
missiles would have landed on Russia either way, so a retaliatory strike on the US could wait a few hours until the attack, or lack thereof, was confirmed. If Petrov had stuck to his orders and told superiors, they would probably have ordered a retaliatory strike without bothering to confirm if the missiles were real. But that's where Stanislav Petrov's story
Epic sauce, epic poggers,
begins and ends. I'm not sure I could do a full episode on Petrov if I tried. Sure, he saved the world from a nuclear...
Yeah, I mean, Pink, there's lots of drugs. There's lots of fucking gayness happening every day around the world, but it's concentrated here.
Holocaust. Better yet, when the false alarm was declassified, it increased interest in the song 1919 Luftballons, letting the world...
Weed, gay sex, and hyperpop.
...know that yes, you almost can write songs in German. But how many people have heard of Stanislav Petrov? He's got nerd cred, there's an XKCD dedicated to him for instance, but he's not a universally renowned figure. I'm not sure if you can qualify for the position of most important person in history if most people have no idea who you are. So let's ask a different, but related question. Who is the most famous person in history? This one at least has a sliver of a quantitative answer to it, because fame is ultimately a numerical tally of how many people know who you are and how many people are talking about you. Sure, it's extremely difficult to quantify how famous someone is, but it's literally impossible to quantify how important someone is. So how would you do it? How would you measure, in charts and facts and figures, how famous people are? You could poll people in hundreds of countries across the world, but what would you ask them? Would you ask them who's the first famous person, current or historical, who comes to mind? Who would probably be someone from their own country? Or would you ask them to write down a list of, say, 10 well-known people, the first 10 that come to mind, and determine the most common...
That sounds sick, Pink. What, are you like... Oh, there we go. Spider is fully grown now. Philip CDI is like 60% softcore porn. I don't know what that is. What's Philip CDI? Is that a game console? Panasonic 3DO? Top 100 games. I mean, if you don't have some softcore porn games in the top 100 games list, I don't trust your opinion. Game consoles from the 90s. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, that sounds sick. You gotta clue me in on that when you make that. 'Cause that sounds really cool.
Appearing person on those lists, but even then you wouldn't necessarily get the most widely known person on Earth. You just get the person who is currently on the most people's minds. You could do polls to determine how aware people are of, say, Taylor Swift, across the world and compare that.
Oh my god, guys, we are so fucking close. We are so close to 52 agility. It's kind of wild. Doesn't feel real. I'll never have to come back here ever again. Wait, and I have a lamp too. Let me use this. 600 XP away. Holy. This grind only took all day. I think I started with what, 43 or something? Yeah. Yeah, something like 43, 44. Come to mama.
Other celebrities,
I can't wait to not be a total noob being left out of the skilling grinds.
Celebrity by celebrity polling the world. In 2013, researchers at MIT hit on a unique solution. It's not perfect, but it may be closer than anyone's got so far. They used the closest thing there is to a global, universally accessible storehouse of information, Wikipedia. Sure, just mentioning the site's accursed name may be enough to send your high school teachers into premature labor, but even if Wikipedia isn't all that reliable for finding accurate information, and I can test that, it's certainly a reliable way to determine who people are looking up. The researchers in this MIT study didn't classify people's fame in terms of views to their personal Wikipedia page, though, because that would skew the numbers toward people who were trending in the news at the moment the study was done. No, they decided to look at a different statistic. Translations of your Wikipedia page. The idea went, the more languages your wiki page appears in, the more known you are worldwide, and therefore the people with Wikipedia articles in the most languages would be the most famous of all time. So they built software to extract the wiki pages that had the most translations, and they came up with a pretty decent list. Number 1, the most translated Wikipedia page of any person who has ever lived belonged to Jesus of Nazareth, who at the time had wiki pages in 214 languages. This isn't much of a surprise. He founded the world's largest religion, which has been one of the dominant forces in history for 2,000 years. Number
Jesus as an individual, based.
Number 2 was Barack Obama, who was president at the time this study was carried out. Maybe not one of the most famous and influential people of all time, but he was almost definitely the world's most powerful at that moment, and he held that role during the years that Wikipedia grew into one of the largest repositories of information the world had ever seen. So, not really a surprise there. Number 4 was Confucius, one of the most influential philosophers in history and a national hero to the 1.5 billion people in China. Number 5 was Sir Isaac Newton, who laid the groundwork for most of modern physics. The rest of the top 20 included people like Da Vinci, Einstein, Hitler, Muhammad, and Karl Marx, all people who you could make the case for being the most recognized and influential of all time. But you'll notice I skipped number 3 on this list, which means that at long last, dear listeners, we have arrived at the subject of today's episode. Who was number 3? Who did MIT discover had the world's 3rd most translated Wikipedia page, and by this metric at least, was the 3rd most famous person ever to exist? I'd like all of you to guess while I play the intro. I'm your host, Tor Parsons. These are my co-hosts, Jollibee the Durian, Thimble the Doll, and Fucko the Clown, and welcome to Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities.
Thimble the Doll. Thimble is such a cute name for a doll. Oh, he changed his whole intro. Oh, nope, it's the same. I lied. Okay, it's finally done. It's finally done. 52. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Yo, first, wait. Oh my god, I'm like frazzled. I don't know how to play the game anymore. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go sell my cat and get a new kitten. I can finally go to the Wildy course. Holy. Yeah, it felt like it took about 10 hours to do that. I think I started with like 50k XP or something. Holy. Okay, I got a bunch of junk in my inventory. I don't need none of this. Thank you, frog. Okay, let's see. I'll keep my MSB out. I'll take out... Where's a yellow cape? There we have it. Yellow cape. Carly. You know, Carly always being my #1 hype man. Holy. What the hell? I don't want to steal spear in my bank. I don't fucking care about that. Yo, who is this Chad? Beat? Damn, bro. Okay, I got Dueling Ring, Carly hyped. Oh yeah, she's so hyped. She's been waiting for 2.5 weeks for me to get 52 agility, so... Oh, I could bring out the bunny ears too, that's cute. Yeah, do bunny ears... Rune plate legs. Yeah, now that's an outfit. That is fashion right there. Okay. Bunny ears boost agility? Exactly, I can just jump higher, I can run faster. She's been waiting longer than that. Yeah, a couple months, yeah. Holy. Yeah, it took me long enough. It's such a painful skill, I just, ugh, I can't. Okay, Black Bionicle Boy Belt, you're going to. Bartleby, I'm selling you. I'm sorry. Glue, maybe I should keep glue. Okay, I'll keep glue. Oh, hi URL. Hi, it's so nice to see you. I just got 52 agility. Oh my god. The grind it's over. It's so jover. Oh, here, let me wear a crossbow instead. Yeah, that's fashion. Someone killed me and my cat at that course. What a piece of shit. Me after I killed the rank 1 agility dude. Basically, like, on accident. I mean, I water blasted him twice, but he dropped like an ant. Yeah, it always sucks losing cats. I don't think I've lost a single cat. I don't think I've ever lost a cat on O4 yet. I'm doing dishes and making food in the microwave. Shit. Microwave sounds like a type of like a genre of music, a new genre of music. That was not on accident. Okay, okay. Don't call me out now. You know, sometimes I just get beastly. I don't know what to say. I get beastly and I have bloodlust. That decade of PKing really, you know, I got that dog in me. Okay, 300 death through. I love how Carly thought that was really funny. What are you making in the microwave URL? I had chicken strips in the microwave earlier. I nuked that shit. I got Black Kitty.
So you may be wondering why I'm wearing this ratty old high
There,
school
nobody will ever see him in the wilderness. He's invisible cat. What should I name him? Should I name him Thimble? I could name him Scotch Tape. I don't know. Saran Wrap. That Soot. Oh, I like that. I called mine Shadow for good luck at Shadow Warriors. I do like Soot. Soot reminds me of like Shrek. Like that one scene from Shrek when he has the helmet on and his face is all blacked out from the soot. That's what the word soot reminds me of. Okay, 300 death runes. Ooh. Oof, I'm getting up there with the death runes too. Okay, I got mad trout. I got mad salmon. Let me bring some swordies too in case I got a tank. Studded body? Yo. Got fashion though. Ooh, okay. Okay. I look like I could walk down a catwalk right now. Let's do an accuracy Ami. Pink boots, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, that's so good. Okay. I need a shield. Iron. Yes. I look like one of those, I look like one of the fake, like, player NPCs that Jagex would make for some of the, like, holiday events and stuff. Like Noob Killer 1337.
musical shirt. You are wondering that, right? Good. Well, wonder no longer, because the third person on that list, the holder of the third most translated article on all of Wikipedia in between Barack Obama and Confucius, is Corbin Bleu. Who? Corbin Bleu, of course, the 2000s Disney Channel actor best known for his supporting role in High School Musical. You see this dude. You recognize him, right? I gotta admit, I didn't.
Oh, you're right. I do need a slash weapon, Carly. See, this is why I keep you around. You're so smart. Hi, Pink. Hi, Pink. Should I bring DDS? No. I'll just bring, like... Black Axe? Is this a slash weapon? Yeah, that's good. See, I'm stacked up. Flowers don't do that. It's okay, I'll slash the web for us. Voodoo Wizzy, I've seen this guy before. I like his name, Voodoo Wizzy. We're kind of twinning right now, Pink. Holy. Look at that. Trusty fletching knife. You know, you're about to witness a bank robbery. I mean, he's robbing the guards blind. Holy. I was thinking of something I could bring to the course to like skill with, but bringing Alks would just be not worth the risk unless I'm like in full tank gear with sharks and prey pots and stuff. And even then, I don't know how many Alks I could get off like mid-course, you know?
Musical. You see this dude. You recognize him, right?
Hulking and will be on stream. I'm deranged. I don't know what you want me to say. Come and get me. Come kill me. I like it.
Musical until recently, even though it's to me to think that the main character is not named Chorky and the main plot isn't about Lumpkinella being a robot. But yeah, I recognize this guy. That actor.
Pink Skull, oh no.
World's third most translated Wikipedia page. So, what the shit, right? It's not like the list of the people with the most translated wiki pages MIT found were a bunch of random celebrities. No, it was a list of the most famous and important people in history. Corbin Bleu is the only person anywhere near the top.
What, are you not coming, Pink? Oh yeah. It's okay. We'll be okay. I don't think anybody in here wants to kill us. I haven't exactly gotten, like, hate comments or nothing today. Those are usually the types of people that would want to come kill me.
Who is anywhere close to being obscure, and yet his Wikipedia page had, for years and years, more translations than that of any other actor, as well as Einstein, Da Vinci, Martin Luther King, Shakespeare, any king or queen of any country ever, and every other person who has ever lived too, except for Jesus and Obama. Today, the rankings have changed a lot, but Corbin Bleu is still way up.
Here's a hate comment. Let's hear it. I love them. Hate, grr. Oh, come on. Come on. You gotta be a little bit more creative. Call me a silly little freak or something. No, that's an okay comment. Hate, grr. Thumbs down. Yeah, we're heckin' gaming right now. Hold on, let me kill this giant bat. Greater than sign. Okay, I mean, when's the last time you ever saw this type of content? Hacking giant bats to death with a black axe in 55 wilderness.
Some of the most obscure languages on Earth have Wikipedia pages on Corbin Bleu. In the language.
Oh, I got you, Pink. I got you. Yeah, they never show up. I can't wait till they add the update that makes those show up for everybody.
Of the Cheyenne indigenous people.
Can't type a heart.
By a total of 300 people in a single county in Montana, Corbin Bleu has a Wikipedia page of which the full text reads, Corbin Bleu, heonemenestese, e axenohona. As far as I could tell, it's one of just 17.
Okay, I actually have no idea how bad the lag is going to be on a Japanese world while I'm streaming, but I'll try it. I'll try it. Like this one too, the little sea face. Here we go. It's time. I can actually get here now and do the course. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, now this is content. This is the real content everybody's been waiting for. Oh, and I already failed. I already failed. Oh my. Goal. Okay, this is crazy though. Yeah, I was right about just hopping over lava. I thought it was just like despawned or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just low detail. It's just hop on the lava. Oh yeah, it's stones on high detail. Yeah, she walking on lava. Yeah. Okay, I want to do a successful run. So, Carly, basically, if I fail the rope swing, do I have to go back up and, like, retry it until I get it? Is that what you mean? I gotcha. Oh, I failed that. 14. Oh my god, I gotta bring mad food. Take that, Jesus. Yeah, you can walk on water. I can walk on lava. I don't know. That's why the United States government wants to ban me. Stay low HP. Then the obstacle does less damage. Are you trolling? Oh, it takes less damage when your HP is low, so don't eat too often. Oh, I got you. Okay, I gotta track the XP, but I want to hop. Skelly's max hit is 4. Okay. But so the obstacles can't kill you, is what you're saying. Rank 1 Agil is level 3. I killed him. I killed rank 1 Agility in cold blood in my last video. I did it. I did it and I'm proud. Not Volpe. Sadly, I don't know Volpe, but, you know, I heard he's a great dude. Am I next? I'm coming to get you. What do you think that red polygons on my black axe is from? It's from killing helpless skillers.
Articles on the Cheyenne Wikipedia that are about specific people, and one of just 3 articles that are about someone from outside the Cheyenne tribe. There are dead languages. You can learn about Corbin Bleu in Latin, Old English, or Sanskrit. There are constructed languages. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that you can learn about Corbin Bleu in
Don't
Esperanto,
cry.
since there's
It's
a pretty
okay.
developed network
I
of
won't hurt
Wikipedia
you.
articles in Esperanto, and the sort of people who learn Esperanto are probably also the sort of people who edit Wikipedia.
Carly,
but Corbin Bleu also has articles in Novial, a constructed language created by a Danish linguist.
The gang is all here, finally. Finally. It only took me 2 months to get up in here. Oh, and Pink's trading me. What's up, Pink? Flowers? Ooh. Thank you. Wait, the yellow looks cute. Yeah. It's a whole party. Oh my god. Yeah, well, you're right. It is lit in here now. Thank you. Yeah, I had to torture myself. To me, agility is like agi agility is like a form of self-harm for me, to be honest. Oh.
Linguist in 1928, and Volapük, an umlaut-heavy invented language from the late 19th
Oh,
century.
it says the pipe is being used. Oh my god, I can't hit the pipe. Come on now. Puff puff pass.
Pretty much run off the road of history by Esperanto, and now, according to Wikipedia, is spoken by 20 people worldwide. And Corbin Bleu has Wikipedia coverage in obscure dialects, too. You can learn about him in Fiji Hindi,
Wait,
which is exactly what it sounds like.
Baker is here too. Holy. Hold up. Baker, where are you at? I fell again. I'm just gonna keep falling. Wait, where do you even go from here? Okay, so if I fall on that, do I just retry that one course? I think you do, right? Maybe the clunky armor isn't doing so well for me if I'm gonna have to run back to all of the obstacles. Yes. Yes. Let's fucking go. Baker. I can be. Well, come on then, Mister.
Like a dialect of Hindi spoken by Indian immigrants to the Pacific Island of... You can learn about him in Fiji Hindi, which is exactly what it sounds like, a dialect of Hindi spoken by Indian immigrants to the Pacific Island of Fiji, as well as Pitcairnese, a combination of English and Tahitian spoken by the 47 people of the South Pacific Pitcairn Islands, one of the most isolated places on Earth. My favorite, though, is his page on the Scots Wikipedia, which consists of the single sentence, Corbin Bleu is an American musiker, songster, actor, and dancer. It appears in the categories Barn Actors, Living Folk, and Male Actors for a New York City. Scott's Wikipedia has...
That's right. That's right. What else after that? 42. Okay, this run, I'm actually gonna track the XP to see how much it is, because I didn't really look it up. I looked up the XP per hour, about 125, 5. How much does that give? That gives 12. So nothing, pretty much. This gives 20. Okay. Should be 40k if you're on point. Yeah, I looked it up, and I said in my last video, I'm like, it's 30 to 40k, because I'm assuming you fail the courses a lot. At my level, at least. But yeah, 40k, that's wild, because the monkey bars are like 13k an hour. More than double the XP is just nuts. Shiloh make the cicada sound? Oh, fuck. How do I even do that? I haven't heard cicadas in so long that I kind of don't know how to make that noise. I can't conceptualize of how I should make a cicada noise. I grew up listening to cicadas, though. Okay, so that's almost 600 XP per run. What is that? 570? Yeah, 570 something XP per run. That's wild. That is actually wild. Oh my god, I can't. It's too late. I'll wake up the whole neighborhood doing that.
Its own wild story, the short version being, Scottish people consider Scots to be a legit language of its own, everyone else considers it to be English written phonetically in a Scottish accent. One American teenager once found the Scots wiki, thought it was hilarious, and began writing funny articles in a phonetic Scottish accent, so many of them that it changed the Scots language itself. I've linked a video essay by someone else that tells the whole story, but your takeaway here should be, like every other language, or anything close to a language that has Wikipedia articles written in it, Corbin Bleu is there. So as soon as this Wikipedia oddity was discovered, it caused a bit of a frenzy on the internet. This was exactly the sort of inconsequential pop culture mystery that gets the gears spinning in people's heads. Way back in the early days of Tor's Cabinet, when this channel was a podcast, I did an early version of this episode, and while the podcast only had like 50 total listeners for the 2 years that it ran, it did get me a famous fan, who encouraged me to keep telling these stories, which is why there's a shout out to her in the credits to all my episodes on YouTube. And she revealed to me that there's a second, nearly as mysterious, connection between Corbin Bleu and Wikipedia.
My name is Annie Rawerda. I run social media accounts called Depth of Wikipedia. I'm a big fan of most things about Wikipedia. I edit the site a lot, although not the Corbin Bleu article that I can remember. I've given Wikipedia-themed comedy shows in various locations around North America, including one where there was an audience member who knew a lot about the Corbin Bleu situation. And he knew so much that I asked him, "What's your name? How do you know all this?" And he said, Tor. Okay, well, fast forward a few years, and Tor was a YouTuber with Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities. And so I am so excited to be able to say that I knew Tor before he was famous. Anyway, I also have a connection to Corbin Bleu because when I was in 3rd grade, my elementary school, Millbrook Christian School in Grand Rapids, Michigan, rest in peace, does not exist anymore, won an award for being a good school. And Corbin Bleu came to my elementary school when I was 8 years old, which was really right when he was getting very cool. It was right after the first movie came out, and I got to go and to the event where Corbin Bleu was, and I got a piggyback ride from him, and the only evidence of this was taken on a film camera, and my dad got the film developed at Walgreens. This was on my bulletin board for years. I was so proud of it. I went away to college and I did not bring this because at this point, I don't know, I guess I had moved on. I didn't need it with me at all times. And then it was destroyed in a flood. So you'll have to trust me that I one time met Corbin Blue, and one time, multiple times now, I've met Tor Parsons.
Thank you, Annie. Welcome to the cabinet. Alas, this explains nothing. Pretty soon, theories attempting to explain Corbin Blue's bizarre popularity on Wikipedia are flying left and right. None of them went anywhere, and when each one was debunked...
How was the stream? I've enjoyed it very much so far. I haven't streamed in quite a while, but I got my goal. I got to the Wildy course, so better than I thought. I figured I would get burnt out and not be able to get 52 tonight, to be honest, but that's kind of one of the reasons I really decided to stream today, because I'm like, this will force me to get 52 without giving up halfway through.
It just ended up making the mystery...
Yeah, the gang's all here right now. You're not a quitter? That's what I'm saying. See, I don't know if any of y'all know how painful agility really is for me. Agility, I need the social support to continue doing agility. Hosting first community event at Wildy Agility course this weekend if you would like to join us. That sounds wicked. I'll bring all of my buddies. That sounds very fun.
Deeper. A few people put it down simply to the popularity of High School Musical. It's a well-known movie, right? It's got a pretty big fan.
Thank you for the invite. When is it? I should be free this weekend, too. Jesus, I've gotten so much XP already. Hold on. Let me just check, like, when I got the level to compare. Because it just... 128.8 just does not seem right now. Posted details on community page if you want to try to line up sometimes and anyone needs a map. Spend an hour making sure I got it right for everyone. It's finally done. 52. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Yo, wait. Oh my god, I'm like frazzled. I don't know how to play the game anymore. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go sell my cat. So, like, it took, I think I started with like... Yeah, 123.5. XP. Oh my god. That's crazy. No way I've already gotten 5k XP. Like, I'm barely even paying attention either. That is bizarre. That feels so weird. No way, Baker died. Oh my god. Typical. Yo, them cookies use a whole stick of butter, what the hell? I mean, cookies are fattening. I watched him redline. I'm gonna have diabetes. Yo, saturated fat does not give you diabetes. But sugar plus saturated fat will fuck up your whole body.
Fan base, except that Corbin Blue wasn't even the lead actor in High School Musical. His character, Chad Danforth, has...
Let me check, Yeah, so that would be 7 p.m. I could totally get there. RPG. Friday night for Europe and America to try to find an in-between for Kiwis and Australia. To have a chance to attend, meet new people, connect, and grow. Yes, I love that. Yeah, so your 11 a.m. will be 7 p.m. over here, so I will definitely be there Saturday. I need to make more raisin oatmeal cookies. Oh, yo, cake. Give me that cake. I need all the extra food I can get. I one-shot him. Folded him like an omelet. No. No.
Been in a supporting role throughout the entire franchise. The actors who really were the stars in High School Musical, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens, have 89 and 72 translations of their wiki pages, respectively, while Corbin Bleu currently has 209, up from 193 when MIT first discovered his mysterious popularity. Hell, even the article for High School Musical itself on Wikipedia has just 51 translations, less than a quarter of Corbin Bleu's. And consider this, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens, in addition to being the lead actors in High School Musical, have had leading roles in other movies, too. Whereas for Corbin Bleu, chances are, if you've heard of him at all, you've heard of him because of his supporting role in High School Musical. So, clearly Corbin Bleu's multilingual Wikipedia fame isn't because of the High School Musical fandom. Could
Favorite baking recipe? Oh my god, that's really hard. I think some of the top tier things you could ever bake is baked cauliflower, baked broccoli, yeah, potato wedges, baklava slaps. Yeah, baklava is amazing. Yeah, I like just classic fudgy brownies. That's one of my favorites. And blondies. Blondies with white chocolate chips or butterscotch chips in them are so good that it blows my mind every time I make them. It's like butter cake, basically, is what it tastes like. Yeah, baked cauliflower with like chipotle and smoked paprika goes so hard. It goes so hard. Only rule is equipped empty bows to avoid any player skulls, yes. Yep, that's what I'm doing with my crossbow. More than welcome to stream the event, hopefully help bring more eyes to the server. That would be great. Yeah, I should have time over the weekend. I don't think I'll be doing anything. Are we going to be in a Discord call with peeps for it? I would join. Yo, cauliflower and Swiss cheese do go hard. I love Swiss cheese. Cheesy cauliflower casserole with bacon. Ooh. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. What else is really good in the oven? I mean, everything is good in the oven, but Gruyere. Let me look some stuff up. I need some mental stimulation. I really want to make a homemade carrot cake someday. I've only ever had pre-made ones. I want to try making it at home. Homemade, like blackberry pie, that goes really hard. That stuff is intense. Super yummy. Or like a mixed wild berry pie. Oh, one thing that goes really good, it's not for everybody, but Brussels sprouts. Like Brussels sprouts in the oven. You cut them in half and you oil them and you season the shit out of them with a bunch of black pepper. They're insanely good. Like, it's bizarre how good they are. Specifically in the oven, you get them a little crispy. Holy shit.
Corbin Bleu have a personal cult following? I mean, he has appeared in other movies, even though he hasn't been in anything big besides High School Musical. He was on Dancing with the Stars. If you know Corbin Bleu for one thing other than High School Musical, it's most likely that. He had a middlingly successful career as a teen pop creator.
Yeah, I'm so jealous, Pink. I'm so jealous. Yeah, Brussels sprouts with balsamic. That's a lovely combo. I feel like balsamic goes really good on cauliflower too. Not too much to overpower it, but just a little bit. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Jared, if you're watching.
And briefly appeared in the main Broadway cast for In the Heights. He had a major role in the 2013 one-season revival of the soap opera One Life to Live, which...
Beet? You know, I've never had beet in my life. I've never tasted beet. No kind of beet anything. No beet soup. Nothing like that.
Does have a substantial cult following, but by the time that aired, Blue was already near the top of the most translated wiki pages, and I'm pretty sure the average One Life to Live fan thinks Wikipedia is a piano composition by Eric Satie. Blue also appeared in a 5-part anthology horror film in 2012 with the...
Make borscht? I really wanted to try it. I really wanted to try borscht. They do make a good cold feta salad with balsamic. Balsamic just makes everything fucking amazing. It's kind of nuts. Balsamic is OP in stir fries too. If you're ever making like a veggie stir fry or just like, you know, chicken and veggies on rice or something, if you put a little bit of balsamic in there, it is crazy. Crazy good.
Spectacularly head-scratching title, Scary or Die, which I'm only including here because of the way Wikipedia describes the plot of the segment Corbin Bleu stars in. Allow me to quote. When Emmett, Corbin Bleu, a wayward drug dealer, gets bitten by Fucko, Domiziano Arcangeli, a...
Worcestershire sauce is a nice secret. Oh yeah. Yeah, my secret sauce is Worcestershire, soy sauce in things that you wouldn't normally put soy sauce in, balsamic, what else? Yeah, pan drippings. If you make like a baked chicken, you can use that shit for like a week in any savory food. It just goes so hard in stir fries or ramen or anything like that.
Flesh-eating clown at a family member... The last thing he expects is for that bite to begin a horrifying transformation. I mean, really, the last thing he expects... If I encountered a flesh-eating clown named Fucko at a birthday party and it bit me, I wouldn't know what to expect next, but I'm pretty sure at that point nothing would surprise me. Also, yes, at last, you know why my...
Okay, hydration check. I'm seconding the hydration check. That Pink. I'm almost out of water already. I didn't even get it that long ago. I learned how to make a roux and feel like a culinary genius. It's a very important skill to learn. Very important skill to learn. I love roux. I really like making gravy too. You can make so much stuff with roux. You can make like good beef stew and different kind of sauces and stuff. Mushroom sauce. Oh, mushroom cream sauce.
Patreon tier Fucko the Clown is called that. This statuette is named after the Patreon tier, which is in turn named after Corbin Bleu's star...
Good mac and cheese, that's right. See, if you want really good mac and cheese, you gotta fry some garlic and make a roux, and then you mix up the mac and cheese and bake it with fucking cheese and breadcrumbs on top. That goes so hard. Bacon bits.
Turn in Scary or Die. Anyway, I hope that all that proves that High School Musical really is 90% of what Corbin Bleu is known for. Other measures of his fame corroborate this story. Corbin Bleu's Twitter has 700k followers, which is nothing to sneeze at, but puts him outside the top 1,000 most followed Twitter accounts. He has almost 1 million followers on Instagram, which, just pulling up a random celebrity Instagram I follow, is 4% of the followers Arnold Schwarzenegger has, and a third of the followers Grimes has. And while Corbin has Wikipedia pages in hundreds of languages, none of them get too many views. When MIT ran the data, they found that his English Wikipedia page averaged 6 million views a year, far below the totals of everyone else with a comparable number of page translations whose wiki views were countable in the tens of millions. All this makes it clear, Corbin Bleu is a celebrity, but not a very big one, especially anymore. The only place he's huge is on Wikipedia. Another theory, possibly a joke, possibly not, remarked on the similarity of his name to the food. Cordon bleu. You know, that cafeteria staple. It's got a fancy Frenchy name, but it's just a breaded chicken cutlet with cheese inside it. Now, cordon bleu and cordon bleu certainly are similar.
Oh, that's... Speaking of, one of the best things I've ever made in the oven was chicken Kiev. You put some fucking homegrown herbs in the butter, and... oh my god, it's so good. It's bizarre how good it is with panko on the outside. I'm getting hungry now, thinking of chicken Kiev. This guy's shitting on cordon bleus. I like cordon bleus. They're fucking delicious. I love a good cordon bleu sandwich.
Similar phrases. Oh, when I first heard about this guy, I was like, isn't that a food? And I can't be the only one. But I have a hard time believing that people confusing the two would lead to Cordon Bleu having hundreds more Wikipedia page translations than he logically should. Cordon Bleu, the food, which has a handy-dandy link to its wiki page at the top of Cordon Bleu's English wiki page, with the disambiguation text, "This article is about the American actor and singer. It is not to be confused with Cordon Bleu," is not as big on Wikipedia as Corbin Bleu. The page for Cordon Bleu, you know what, this is getting way too confusing. From now on, I'm going to refer to Cordon Bleu as cheesy chicken and Corbin Bleu as theater kid.
You're gonna struggle with 10 HP. Well, apparently the obstacles hit you less the lower your HP is, so I don't think you'll be getting hit super hard. But yeah, cakes would probably be the best bet because you have like multiple food slots. 1 defense. Does it hit you harder with defense or what? Skeletons, that's true. The skeletons, yeah, they can pop you pretty good. You in high school? Yo, what are we talking about? Mac and cheese a little loose for my taste. Not loose, wet, homie. Oh my god, you guys. Oh shit. With everyone else on the course should distract skellies enough. Yeah, if it's a community event, there should be plenty of people there. I'll let everybody know about it too. Anybody that has the agility to do it. Aggro doesn't seem to stop either. Whenever you fail obstacles, it resets aggro. Yeah, because it's underground, so it's like when you're up above the course, it counts as you being in a completely separate area from the underground portion.
Alright, the Wikipedia page for Cheesy Chicken only appears in about a 10th of Theater Kid's languages. If Cheesy Chicken had as many translations on Wikipedia as Theater Kid, it would be by far the most translated food item on Wikipedia, with more translations than the sandwich, which appears in 101 languages, and even food itself, which appears in 192 languages. Now, remember how many translations there are of Theater Kid's wiki page? At the time this episode aired, 209. I'm serious. Theater Kid has more Wikipedia pages than food. He is not, statistically speaking, bigger than Jesus, who as of today has 272 translations, tied for the top spot with Michael Jackson. But he is bigger than food, and that is absolutely wild. Even though the names are similar, and even if there are more people than I expect who would want to glorify Cheesy Chicken on Wikipedia, I really don't see how you could create a wiki page for Theater Kid accidentally with the intention of creating a wiki page for Cheesy Chicken. I can see someone searching for Cheesy Chicken on Wikipedia and accidentally getting Theater Kid, but I can't see someone putting time and effort into writing an encyclopedic article about the life and career of an American musical theater star while fully believing that they are writing an article about a chicken cutlet with cheese inside it. Even I, who famously had no idea who R.A. Salvatore was, and was raked over the coals for that, would begin to realize that something's up.
Hey yo, Carly, look at my stream. Are you gonna let this man talk about you like this? Yo, Baker said he's about to fold you.
Moving on, because I'm
Oh
hungry now,
my.
I'd like to address a suspicion that I'm pretty sure some of you had right from the point I revealed to Corbin Blue's mysterious wiki stardom. Is Corbin Blue behind this? And the answer is probably not. He claimed to be unaware of his stardom when it was first revealed. When BuzzFeed contacted him about it, he responded with the following charmingly innocent comment.
Okay, if Carly Garlic and Baker got into a fight, I'm putting all of my money on Carly Garlic. I'm not gonna lie.
Holy shit. Really? I wonder why that is. Are that many people looking me up? What the hell? That's amazing. That's ridiculous, actually. That is unnecessary, but I will definitely put that on my resume. End quote. He seems to not really understand how strange this situation is. He apparently thinks that-
Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, I don't know. You just have, like, I don't know. You know, I've never seen your muscle mass. I don't know. I know Carly would pull out some fucking nimble gymnastic shit and, like, do a sidewinder or whatever. Do a 360, like, shoulder smash. I don't
that his wiki stardom is connected to views, which, as I've shown before, it isn't. The way he responds suggests he doesn't think it's a big deal, and
Baker's got, like, he fights with, like, a breadstick. Like, one of the, like, the sandwich lady breadstick. That would hurt, to be honest. One of those hard-ass breadsticks. Or the, bread loaves. I forget what they're called. The fuck are they called?
this is just something that happens to
That's all I'll need. Yo, is that another innuendo, bro? Holy. Oh yeah, Vega, that's right. Thank you. Against Carly, yo. Carly, Baker's telling me he wants to fold you and put his baguette in you.
anywhere on or off the internet. But is he bluffing?
It's possible, pig.
Baker for the win. Fuck yeah. Baker be bacon. Let him cook.
He might be bluffing. But now we're getting to the really weird part of this. I'm not sure anyone, whether or not they are Corbin Bleu, would have any sort of motive to do this. Think, if he's trying to self-promote, it would be a truly bizarre, not to mention ineffective way to self-promote. Even if Corbin Bleu has Wikipedia pages in every language under the sun, who is becoming interested in Corbin Bleu who would not otherwise be aware of him? A nerd on the Cheyenne Reservation who is scrolling through all the Wikipedia pages in their tribe's language? Papua New Guinean boarding school students playing
Okay, if I don't fail this. Yeah, no, I failed it. I failed it. Hold on. Come on now, let me up the ladder. Yeah, okay, if I don't fail this, if I don't fail this, then that's 53 agility. There we go. I got that level, like, lightning fast. Holy. It literally felt like I've been here for 10 minutes and I got that level super quick. Oh man, everybody's about to lap me because I keep fucking falling.
clicks to Hitler, a Volapük speaker who hasn't left his Berlin apartment in 7 years and proudly considers himself ignorant of all popular culture. The smaller your language is, the fewer Wikipedia articles there will be written using it, and the fewer Wikipedia articles your language has, the higher the likelihood becomes of running into the Corbin Bleu article. It's basic statistics. But what that means is that if Corbin Bleu, or a Corbin Bleu fan, is trying to promote awareness of Corbin Bleu by making sure he has a Wikipedia page in every language, the demographic they are pitching Corbin Bleu to must consist of people who exclusively speak a very obscure language. That, or they really, really want language nerds, a famously large and ubiquitous demographic, to know who Corbin Bleu is. But this whole weighing of the potential motives for creating hundreds of Corbin Bleu Wikipedia articles seems to have been rendered moot by the first big bombshell uncovered early on in the search for an answer to Wikipedia's
My dilbo. Oh my god. Snarf. My brain just processed that guy's username. Snarf.
biggest mystery. It isn't a single person, or so it seemed. Corbin Bleu's hundreds of translations had not all been posted by one user, nor had they all appeared at once. Bleu appeared to be gaining one new translation every few weeks, and each one was posted from a different username and IP address. There were a few users common to a few pages in similar languages, but this isn't too rare on Wikipedia. In all, it didn't look like there was anything too weird about
Boy built like the Skellies. I don't know why. I can't imagine Baker having a ton of muscle mass. I mean, maybe he'll prove me wrong, but...
the users who posted edits to Corbin Bleu's wiki pages, which, as you understand, made things all the more weird. Now, if this were the work of one weirdo armed with Google Translate, intent on making a Wikipedia page for their idol in every single language possible, it would be kind of explainable. But it seemed...
Just hope no one trolls and griefs plan to run 3 to 6 hour run. I mean, I'm sure somebody will come and, like, stir something up a little bit, but I can't imagine it being too bad. Nothing like old school.
At the time that hundreds of people were collaborating to give this obscure actor
Look,
more
what am I
Wiki page
looking at?
translations than anyone in existence, except for Obama and Jesus. And that is simply...
Rock. Anybody ever seen those parrot videos? Rock. So he says it. Rock. Yeah, with the period. 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 There's a few things like that in 04. They phased all of that stuff out. I think except for like a couple quest items in old school still have weird shit like that. But I've had to have seen that dozens of times now. And also, like, this with not having a period, the pipe is being used, no period. Stuff like that.
really difficult to believe. At this point, a pretty promising theory, or rather the only promising theory anyone could think of, began to make the rounds, that this was an inside joke among Wikipedia editors, possibly as a universal standard to compare languages. For a while, if you looked up a language on Wikipedia, there would almost always be a translation of the Lord's Prayer in that language at the bottom. These days they typically use the UN Declaration of Human Rights, although I've seen other fun sample texts. The page for Welsh once included a Welsh translation of Rap God by Eminem, although now I sadly can't find that revision of that page. That was probably only there for a few days before it was removed. But the old use of the Lord's Prayer isn't just a wiki.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how the PJ mechanics work in 04, but I'm pretty sure you can just PJ people off and, like, anti-harass them if somebody's trying to kill people. You know, everybody can just pitch in and hit them and stuff, and there's no TB, you know. No TB, the best DPS people have is, like, Flames of Sammy or something, and that's only on the higher level end, usually, so. I can't imagine people getting too far with, you know, especially if people bring a bunch of food. They're not gonna, and even if they do, shit, whatever. I'll just TP to Artie and come back, it's fine.
Wikipedia work. The Lord's Prayer is widely used among linguists as a sort of universal comparison between languages. Now, Wikipedians are smart cookies, and I'm sure at least a few of them realize that...
I love English, but linguistics is too far. True. Honestly true.
Even if it was for a while the academic standard, it's really not the best way to compare. Haven't been in common use for hundreds of years. It's not too much of a stretch to suggest that
High Days is looking good over there. Holy. Wait, I gotta wait for her to pass me. I got the kiss off. Just in time. Tried to make it simple with only rule to equipped empty bow. See how that goes, yeah. You saw the kiss on stream, yeah. Oh, I'm dead. I'm gonna die to Skellington. Why empty bow? The empty bow is so that you don't accidentally attack people. Like, if you have a bow with no arrows, and, like, I have a crossbow and I have no bolts, if I try to attack somebody, it just says nothing. You can't do it. So you don't skull, and yeah, if you don't want to accidentally skull on people, basically.
At some point, in the early days of Wikipedia, some influential editor decided that they would use a different standard for comparing languages. Some relatively boilerplate article on their site that they found to be a more representative example of how modern languages are spoken, and, just for a laugh, chose the page for Corbin Bleu to be that standard. After that, Corbin Bleu's Wikipedia article became a sort of latter-day Rosetta Stone, used as the reference text for translating other articles all across
I mean,
Wikipedia.
it's even got a tip on it, in this pipe. If you get a Robin, I'll buy it. Listen, if I get a Robin, I'm keeping that shit. I'm not selling that. Wait, who is over here? Oh, it's DDS Slayer. Hey. Good luckies. So cute. I'll hand out empty bows and cake, yeah.
Wikipedia. It's a watertight theory, except that it's not true. Numerous big-shot Wikipedia editors were contacted the first time this mystery blew up, and none of them were able to confirm that Corbin Blue's article had any sort of special status among the site's editors. A few of
GZ Pink. 60, damn. Damn.
of them had noticed that something was up with his article, but nobody had done much investigating to see what was behind it. Wikipedians tend to have fairly one-track minds. After a while, the internet lost interest in the mystery of Corbin Blue on Wikipedia, and
brief bio on yourself.
I've been a paranormal investigator for about 7 or 8 years. I'm a member of an actual paranormal investigation team called SHIP, SHIP, which is Strange Happenings Investigators of the Paranormal. And I'm also part of Ontario Sasquatch. And for your American listeners or international listeners, Ontario is a province in Canada. Tons of Sasquatch sightings up here. And we're getting more and more Dogman related stuff as it comes in. I think that you might agree with me, wherever you are in the U.S. Dogman is a touchy subject, even for people who believe in cryptids and Sasquatch researchers.
Yeah, this is still bizarre seeing everybody at the Wildecore solely.
Because it's not, and we were talking about this earlier before we started record, but it's a bit of a touchy subject, and it's not like a Sasquatch is a household name. Like I said earlier, if you stop someone on the street and say, "What do you think about Sasquatch or Bigfoot?" They're gonna have an opinion. And they're gonna know what you're talking about. But if you say Dogman, you're gonna get a 9 times out of 10 or more, you're gonna get a funny look, and people are gonna go, "What the heck is a Dogman?" Or they might think it's like that kid's book, that popular kids book called Dogman that's out there, or they're just gonna keep on walking. So, as for whoops, I'm losing my camera here. Pardon me. Yeah, I mean, I love all things paranormal and all things cryptid, and I have an open mind for everything, and I know these things exist, and I know that you know that they exist. So I started a Facebook page called Canadian Dogman Encounters, and don't get too much interaction from people. Get the odd message, and I've had some really good ones for sightings and interactions, and we can get into that as we get going.
Well, it goes without saying, Dan, you're neck deep in all this cryptid stuff. I'm wondering, though, how did you get your start? What was the catalyst that got you into this?
Okay, it's spooky time. It's time to turn this.
For the cryptids or everything paranormal?
For the cryptid side.
Well, I guess a lot of people will always start out saying that they saw the Patterson Gimlin film, the Sasquatch film taken in out in California. And it probably, I don't even know how old I was when it came out. Just a little kid, but probably saw that and probably fascinated at the time. But I think mostly for me, it started with more paranormal things. Like I grew up in a haunted house.
Whoa. Whoa.
As a kid, I went through a lot of crazy things, bad things when I was a kid, and was asked to put all that stuff behind me until I became an adult. And I think it just grows from there. Like if you're going to be interested in ghosts, then you're probably going to be interested in UFOs, cryptids, everything paranormal, everything supernatural. So I can't think of one specific defining moment, but I think it's all like an umbrella type thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like an onion. You get into one aspect of it, and as you get deeper and deeper, you find out about more and more.
It's kind of like an onion. You know what? Bigfoot, kind of like an onion. Bigfoot's kind of like Shrek, like an onion.
Things, and it spreads out, and there are more layers and everything, and before you know it, you're just into so many different aspects of it. I definitely understand.
Yeah, for sure.
I do. Have you had any sightings of your own of a Sasquatch or a Dogman over the years?
Dogman, no. I haven't had any physical sightings of a Sasquatch. I've had a lot of interactions with them. I've had, we've had the rocks thrown at us. We've had the
I gotta
tree
feed my
knocking
cat. It's
conversations,
fucking
the foot
dying.
stomps. We've left we've had gifting stations up north in an area that I go with some of the other Ontario Sasquatch researchers. And and we've had the eye shine, and of course seen the little orbs of light floating through the trees. You hear a lot of people discuss that and relate them or in relation to Bigfoot sightings. So a lot of it has been on the peripheral, like I said, the tree knocking.
You going, girl? You EP? See. Just a snack? Thanks for hanging out, Pink. I'll talk to you later. Chicken nuggies.
The rocks being thrown, but as of yet, I haven't had a physical sighting yet. But there's always hope for the future.
Well, you never know. Just might happen. Might happen next week. It's really hard to say.
I listen to quite a few Sasquatch podcasts, and some of the hosts will say, "Well, be careful what you wish for because it could mess up your head, or you might see one and you might never want to go back into the woods again." But I've done, I've had some crazy paranormal encounters with spirits and non-entities or non-human entities. So I think I'm pretty good. I've got a bit of an armor up, so I think I'm prepared to see a Sasquatch. So bring it on.
Well, if an experience does happen where you actually see one, I hope you're right about that.
Well, you'll be the first to know. How about that?
I appreciate it. You know me, I'm not going to go anywhere. And if it does happen, I'd love to hear about it. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for keeping me in mind. Well, Dan, if you don't mind, let's get down to the nuts and bolts of this. And we're going to have you share some of these Dogman experiences that have been shared with you. When you're telling us about them, please be as descriptive as possible, okay?
Absolutely. So probably the first one that I ever got through the website or through the Facebook page was a gentleman out in British Columbia in an area called the Okanagan Valley. I've never been to BC, so I can't really say where the Okanagan Valley is. I think it's in the interior part of the province. And
oh, Carly, I didn't get to show you how I set up my altar. I kind of want to show you though. I'll have to pick up the computer and show it. Do you want to see? I can unplug some shit. Okay, give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, I think I could just pick it up. Okay, check this out. Something's caught. Oh, it's the HDMI. Hold on. This is tricky shit. I think I broke shit. Oh, jeez. Hold on, hold on. Or I gotta unplug everything. Okay, I think I'm back. I fucking dropped my mic on the floor. Holy. Holy guacamole. I should have made the webcam bigger too. That's my bad. After that, that was... Holy, Baker, don't die. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Baker. 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 Do you want some?
This guy, I won't use his name obviously, but he messaged me, and all he wanted to know was, how do I kill one of these things, a dog man? And I said, well, I said, I don't know if you can kill them. I said, I think more often than not, you'll just piss the thing off, and you don't want to do that. He was at home with his family, and he and his son at different times, or from different vantages, he was looking out his patio doors, and his son was looking out another window, and they saw this upright, man-sized, what he described as looked just like a jackal. And I've heard people mention this before, the jackal, the look to them. And he said this thing paced around his porch and his property all night. And so he ran and got his crossbow and knocked an arrow in it. And he said he sat up all night waiting to shoot this thing. And he could hear it outside after it stepped off the porch, going around his vehicles and his I guess his garage or whatever. And he stayed up all night. the sun comes up. He finally gets the courage to go outside and see if this thing is gone or not. And footprints everywhere. And his truck, which was a little dirty at the time because I think he was on a dirt road, had these huge paw prints all over all over the truck. And the driver's side door was open, and you could actually see where this paw had kind of slid down the truck and popped the door open. So, yeah, that really rattled this guy. And this story has gone around a bit to other people as well. I think I was the first one that he told, but it did get out there a little bit within the Bigfoot and the Dogman cryptid world. And I haven't heard from him since. I've tried to get a hold of him, but he's either doesn't bother.
I think it would actually be like I think it would be a fun idea to, at some point, have people come on the stream and just like talk to me on voice chat. And I can fucking interview people, or like we can have story time or something. I think that would be really fun. I think I would enjoy that a lot.
On the truck.
I do have a site where I could put those up, but I'm kind of shying away from posting pictures anymore. There's so many haters and negative comments and all. I just try to steer away from that. But thanks for offering, though.
Yeah, it's too bad. Well, I can share them with you personally if you want for your own interest, but they are quite something to see.
Oh no, I believe it. Do you have any other experiences you could share with us that have been shared with you?
There's a lady that emailed me. I don't know if any of your listeners are familiar with Toronto. Toronto's a big city. I think it's the 4th or 5th biggest city in North America, biggest city in Canada, and we have a federal or national park called Rouge Park, and it kind of borders. So Toronto's made of boroughs, just like New York City. You've got your Manhattan and your Brooklyn. So Toronto has an area called.
Baker just said, "What is happening?" I did not click on that. Baker said horror movies are okay. Ain't
Toronto's
no
big city.
way.
I think it's the 4th or 5th biggest city in North.
One of my favorite movies of all time is a horror movie. I have many favorite horror movies. Horror movies are top tier. When they're really good, they're just incredible. And then when they're bad, they're funny. So you can't lose with a horror movie. That saying, there's a horror movie called The Snowman. That was probably the worst fucking movie I've ever seen in my life. It was so bad.
North America.
But it wasn't bad because it was a horror movie. It was bad because nothing ever happened.
Biggest city in Canada, and we have a federal or national park called Rouge Park, and it kind of borders. So Toronto's made of boroughs, just like New York City. You've got your Manhattan and your Brooklyn. So Toronto has an area called Scarborough, which is on the far east end of the city, and it borders up to another city called Pickering. And this Rouge Park is about 30 square miles, and it's accessible 365 days a year. And this woman, lots of hiking trails, ponds, everything else. And this girl emails me, and she says she saw this dog man on one of the trails. And this really kind of floored me a bit, because that's almost like someone saying that they saw a dog man or a Bigfoot in Central Park in New York City. So, and she described this thing as humanoid, tall, all black, had like the Doberman features, and it was at the bottom of a hill on this trail, and it just looked up at her. And the funny thing is, she said it just kind of disappeared. Like it didn't run away, didn't jump into the bush or anything, but it just kind of like dematerialized in front.
There's this one called The Thing, was about Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yeti hunters. Pretty slow movie with an intense ending. I've heard about The Thing, for sure. I've never seen The Thing. I'm not a big consumer of like Bigfoot movies and stuff. I do like listening to encounters. But yeah. Maybe I should check out some of those movies. I need to look up more werewolf movies and stuff too, because Ginger Snaps is like the only werewolf movie that I know about, to be honest. And Ginger Snaps is a great movie. I really like that movie.
Front of her. And that really rattled her. And she's another one though that I've tried to get a hold of since, just to see if anything else has happened, and I can't get a hold of her. But yeah, something in a big city is certainly interesting as well, and that almost ties into a lot of where they're more paranormal than physical.
Well, as you know, these guys, they do display some pretty paranormal qualities. Not all of them, of course, but it's not rare for a credible eyewitness to come forward. And when they're laying out the details of their experiences, you hear some strange things and all. And these people, I mean, they sound credible as the day is long. So, yeah, it sure does make you think and wonder if these guys don't almost all have paranormal abilities and qualities to them.
Well, I mean, I haven't listened to your show, but I think I'm going to now. But I listened to the Confessionals, Sasquatch Chronicles, and I think people like you've got those two camps with the Bigfoot people.
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying right now.
And some people are so adamant that it's nothing but.
I mean, how could you hate hot blood lesbian werewolf girls? There's
giant,
you can't go wrong.
Bipedal, quote unquote, monkey or gorilla that we haven't really discovered. And then there's other people that say, well, I think it's more paranormal.
Okay, I will say the movie isn't necessarily lesbian coded. It's like it's queer coded. I'll say that. It's a queer coded movie. But it's like it kind of reminds me of lesbians that don't know they're lesbians yet. That kind of vibe.
Paranormal, so they can disappear. And you hear people talk about encounters where, like in the movie Predator, where when he does his cloaking technology, people have seen something like that moving through the trees. And I think Dogman.
Do you like the werewolf Black Mirror episode? I don't know which one you're talking about. I don't think I've ever seen it. I do really like Black Mirror though. Black Mirror has some great episodes. I haven't watched Black Mirror in, I don't know, I want to say like 8 or 9 years or something. It's been forever since I watched Black Mirror. That's crazy. That's great, Carly. Holy. I love that movie. My god. She's glazing me, everybody. Carly is my #1 glazer. Laser Craze. That sounds like a pop punk band. Laser Craze. Latest season was amazing. Season 6 less so. Yeah, I think I only saw up until the 3rd season, I'm pretty sure. Not jelly glazed, yeah. For real. All back. Oh my god. Oh, that's fucking comedy, holy. And I'm Richard Nixon. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're killing me. I keep bugging my wife about this like little jingle from really old internet that was like doo-doo spot. My doo-doo spot. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know where it came from. All I know is it's really old, like really, really old. and she has no idea what I'm talking about. It makes me feel crazy because I can't Google it. If you Google that, you get nothing. You can't. Doo-doo ops. Baker revenge arc. I mean, I can see it. I can see it. Do you think Baker would pick up a pistol? Blast away the ops? I could see that. I'm drunk, everybody. Fuck yeah. Let's go again, yeah. I drank like 1 beer a night for a few days. And my wife was like, "What are you, an alcoholic now?" I can't handle more than 1 beer. Like, I just can't do it. It would be impossible for me to be an alcoholic because I can't consume that much.
I mean, just from what I've heard, has some of the same traits or qualities or abilities. So
yeah, I'll have to check out Black Mirror sometime soon too, because I really did like that show. Dude, the U.S. military saw that robot dog episode and the Boston Dynamics dog, and they're like, "Yo, we gotta do that. We need the fascism robot dog."
it's hard. It's hard to believe. I believe it, but it's hard to believe, and it's really hard to convince somebody else that that there might be something more to these beings than just flesh and blood.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, we haven't even proven that they're extant yet. So if you have a quote unquote creature out there that hasn't been proven to be in existence, it's a big leap to try and get people to wrap their minds around them having paranormal abilities. But, you know, to touch on what I said earlier, there have been way too many cases of credible eyewitnesses telling me about being in Maine on vacation one day. They have a dogman encounter in the morning. They freak out. They fly home that afternoon. They go to bed after they make it in. And the next morning in Florida, where they live,
Latest season has some spooky healthcare themes. Oh my. Yeah, I can imagine. Just like daily American living in 100 years. Yeah, if nothing gets better with the healthcare system, dude, we're on the ropes. Hard to make things spookier than IRL USA. That's what I'm saying. It's so bad. It's just redonkulous. Keep it moving. No problem. What is happening? Yo, what is this tension I'm feeling right now?
they go out back and bam, the same dogman's out there. So how can you explain that away as being a flesh and blood creature? I mean, that's something that you hear time and time again when you do what I do.
Yeah, one thing one thing you hear about the dogman phenomena is that they're quite vengeful or vindictive. You know, you've heard reports about police officers shooting at them on the side of the road. You know, like your state troopers or our provincial police, and they'll go home, like you said, and the next night they're off duty and they look outside and there's this huge thing standing in their backyard. It's like, well, how the heck did this thing find out where I live, and and what's it doing here? And I guess the shots that they put into it didn't do a darn thing anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah, that whole question, what does it want? That's probably the most important question right there if it follows you that far. But
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, that's just on a list of questions. Do you have any other experiences you'd like to share with us that have been shared with you?
There's a lady who lives in Alabama.
Yo, Baker is so horny tonight. Holy. Oh my god, I've never seen him like this before.
She's been on my old podcast that I used to have, and I noticed that she has a YouTube channel. I should have talked to her earlier today, but she has to ask her permission to give out the name of her show. But she has tons of dogman experiences, and I think she said she lived about 20-30 minutes away from Mobile, Alabama, and the dogman sightings that she had was on her parents' property, and I guess it was when she still lived there when she was a kid, her property as well. And she's even sent me pictures that she's taken, and this dog man looks like the Doberman, with the ears straight up, and looks just like a huge Doberman pincer. And it would never come out of the bush, and step foot onto their property, like the mowed lawn part of the property. But she would see this thing or things, because I think there was more than one, but they seemed to be drawn to her and her parents' property for some reason. And getting into the paranormal part of it, she would say that she'd be on the porch or their back patio, and she would hear in her ear the breathing of a dog, and she'd look and there's nothing there. So that we go back into the the cloaking part of things, and like what's that all about? Why will they allow her to see them just past the property line, but they'll come in their quote unquote cloaked form and breathe right in her ear? But they're not doing any harm to her. Like she's and I don't even think that she's afraid of these things because she's been having experiences for so long. But yeah, it's interesting to know that there are different looking dogmen out there as well. You have the Doberman look, the hyena, like I mentioned before. I've also heard of ones that look like
what is going on between you two? Holy
Timberwolves, and that may be where the lore from Eastern Europe, where the werewolf fable or superstitions came in.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that's where they did come from as well. I mean, if you think about it, back then they didn't have a very impressive understanding exactly of how the world worked around them. So if they're in the forest and they see a dog man, they see it's walking bipedally, well, dark arts, black magic was a big thing back then. So I guess it's a pretty expected thing for them to think, okay, well, here's a person obviously in front of me who, via the dark arts, they transform themselves from the state of a human into that of a beast. So yeah, I bet you're right. I bet you that's where these werewolf legends came from.
Yeah, perhaps. Like I said, I haven't listened to your show, unfortunately, but what are your thoughts, like, just on, like, what do you think that they are? Do you think they're physical, or do you think they're more paranormal, or?
Well, if you do what I do for any period of time, it's only natural that you're going to bounce back and forth for one moment, being convinced that they have to be ethereal beings from the ether. And then the next moment, after you talk with so many credible eyewitnesses who report seeing offspring that are 2 feet tall walking next to a larger one, or seeing one drinking stagnant water out of a moss-covered pond in the middle of the night, or eating fetid roadkill, well, that points towards them being flesh and blood creatures, because why would an ethereal being need to do that? And why would an ethereal being have offspring? So it's only natural that you bounce back and forth. I can't really tell you what I think they definitely are, because I don't know. I change my opinion on that so often.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that really sealed it for me is leaning more towards the paranormal is, if you ever read the book Hunt for the Skinwalker by George Knapp, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name, but it was one of the scientists out there on the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. And there's a part in the book where these two scientists are up on one of the ridges at night, and they've got all their equipment set up, and they're watching the sky looking for UFOs and other strange phenomena. And across this small valley from them, but still up on the ridge.
Hey, there's 54. There's 54 agility. Holy. Yeah, these levels come quick now. I mean, it won't last for long, the quick leveling, but it's still way better XP. It's actually bizarre how much better XP it is. What flavor of what are you talking about, Frog? That comment in the update vid? Wait, which one? Let me look. Oh, what flavor vape? It is the strawberry colada cake bar. Strawberry pina colada. It slaps. Super yummy. Let me check. Hold on. No, the thing you said in game. Oh, I got you. What did I what did I say? The fuck did I say? I say some crazy shit. I want to check and see if I got any new comments soon.
There we have it. It's a new day, and that's a good way to start.
big gamer. Yo, why do people keep trying to insult my voice? This person edited comment, by the way. Why do you sound like you're trying to sound like Mudkip, lol? I mean, no offense, by the way. I'm dropping frames. I was thinking that you had a Mudkip inflection. What is sounding like a Mudkip even mean? Like, what does that mean? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Maybe he's also from NY. Oh shit. I mean, the name is Carol Gray, so is that a woman or what? Like, women love to bully me. Everybody loves to bully me, but women especially love to bully me.
Ridge, they reported that it looked like a tear man type creature crawls out of it. The tear seals itself up, disappears, and this wolf-like, wolfman creature runs up the hill, the escarpment. And these two guys look at each other like, I think it's time to go. Like, we should really get the heck out of here. And I think that when I read that, I was like, yeah, that for me, for the Dogman portion of it, I think that sealed the deal, because those guys, especially for scientists, they ridicule each other all the time. And you always heard like, Bigfoot researchers, approaching universities and biological labs and DNA labs, and they kind of get run out the door, whether they believe it or not, because that reputation can haunt them. Like if they say, "Oh yeah, I've firmly believe in this creature," but yeah, when I saw that and they were willing to report on it, I was like, yeah, that's that. I think that's.
You knew it. What the? Yo. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh my god. Wait, he's a murderer. His ego got bruised and he murdered her. Oh my god. Wait, I picked up Carly's cakes. Ain't no way. I like your village. Thank you. Don't worry, Carly. I've got the bloodlust in me. I've got that bloodlust. Hold up. I'm never gonna be able to catch up to him. I'm just gonna keep failing. Don't kill him. Well, Frog Doubler is a Baker Glazer, so... Wait, she doesn't have... Baker doesn't have a skull, though. So, who instigated? Who is the primary aggressor here? What happened? I didn't see it. I was logged out. It was him. I was AFMK. Oh my god. I'll get him when you least expect it. I'll get him back. Don't you worry.
It's really sealed it for me, especially from the Skinwalker Ranch.
It's not like it's bad enough when you consider how big they are, how fast they are, how frightening they look in a lot of cases. But that on top of the fact that apparently at least some of these guys can cloak, and some of these guys can do things that are taking this whole fright thing above that even. So yeah, it's just like adding insult to injury. It really is. Speaking of fright there though, Dan, that brings a really good question to mind for you. When you do what the two of us do, I think it's almost inevitable that you have this encounter over here that an eyewitness shares with you that sticks with you. I don't have dog me and nightmares. People ask that, and I think they wonder that all the time. When you consider the volume of dog man eyewitnesses I speak with about their encounters, well, Vic must have dog man related nightmares because he speaks with so many people about dog men. It's dog man, dog man, dog man. Well, I don't. I don't have dog man related nightmares, but from time to time, I will speak with this eyewitness or that eyewitness who shares an encounter or encounters with me that it's a case where their encounter or their encounters stick with me and I'm doing whatever. I might be prepping a show or doing this or whatever, walking in the woods. And I think back to what they told me about what they had been through. And I'm thinking, oh man, that's just horrible. And it just kind of, it almost gets me down. Do you have any encounters that come to mind that have affected you that way? You were affected so strongly when the eyewitness shared that encounter or their encounters with you that their story stuck with you and it was almost depressing to think about because you felt so bad for them and what they unfortunately were made to bear and go through?
I don't really, feel bad myself per se. I mean, for me, it's more like, oh, I want to go to this location where they had this experience because
got the murder axe equipped. He's running laps around me. I can't catch up.
I want to experience it myself. I just chalk it up like if they're believers and they can calm themselves down enough, after their encounters to kind of accept that there are things that go bump in the night and things that we can't explain, then that's good. Because that kind of grounds them a little bit. But no, I mean, like if someone local said, "Oh, I saw what I thought was a Bigfoot or a dog man or something else," the first thing out of my mouth is, well, can I?
Yeah, I feel like Baker isn't watching my stream anymore. Oh shit, wait. Yeah, I feel like Baker couldn't handle more than 10 minutes in my face, to be honest. We'll see though.
Can I come out there and investigate? And if they're still worked up and frightened, I'll try my best to to alleviate some of their fears and say, oh,
why is she not logging back on? She's already on.
It's just it is what it is.
I'm scrolling up
no,
on it. Hold up.
I don't get bummed out about it. I kind of get excited about it. So
ain't no way.
That's good. I'm glad it's all positive. Yeah, it's a good thing.
But there is this is a Sasquatch related story, and I don't know if
I bet he could out DPS me right now, but, if he just started
one where
tagging me back.
One that I've thought about quite a lot, just because of what this poor guy went through. If you want to hear about it.
Well, we try to focus on dogmen around here, but why not?
Why not? So
I'm sorry, Frog. It had to be done. It had to be done. Sometimes you gotta hack the horny out of a man.
We have a huge cottage country, about a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours north of Toronto. We have an area called Georgian Bay, a town called Parry Sound. There's the Muskokas. I'm sure a lot of your listeners have probably heard about these areas. And me and one of the other Ontario Sasquatch researchers got called by this gentleman. I'll call him Jeff for the sake of the story here. And his father, who lives in England, has a cottage. It's on the mainland, but the only way you can get there is...
You should have kicked him. He's into that. Oh, fuck. That's super smart. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he deserves to have my goddess feet even come close to touching him, to be honest, but, maybe it would make him... I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not even gonna say that.
Because there's no roads going around this part of the mainland. And it's a beautiful little cottage. They only use it like maybe once a year. Like dad will fly over from England and spend a week or two, and then he's gone. But during COVID, this guy Jeff and his wife were looking for a place to hang out where, they didn't have to interact with a lot of people, didn't have to worry about, social distancing and masking and all that other nonsense. And so they went to the cottage full time. And they were there for months and months and months. And they started having crazy things happen at this cottage. And the one thing that really
no, I got PJ.
was really profound is
I got PJ by fucking skeleton, dude.
And like surrounded by like 2 bays. And the land kind of juts out into the lake. And he would fish every day in a certain inlet, in a certain bay, sorry. And a tree came down. Like he's looking up, it's maybe a 30, 40-foot high cliff on the one side. And a healthy tree got pushed down just out of the blue. Beautiful sunny day. There's no wind. There's no storm. Nothing. And he was kind of like, And he's a believer. Like he's never had any interactions, but he does believe that there's something out there, Sasquatch related. And I'm sure you've heard of the infrasound that they say the Sasquatch can control. And this guy was in his boat fishing, having a great time, and this tree came down, and then a few minutes later, he just was overcome with this terror. Like this guy, he's a bit of a tough guy. He backpacks through Mexico. He sleeps in the jungle with jaguars and scorpions, all sorts of things. Like he's not a wuss. And he was so overcome with terror, like just washed over him, that he peeled all the skin off the palm of his hand trying to get the boat started. Like he literally ripped like a layer of your skin off his hand. It was like bleeding like crazy, and trying to get this boat started so he could get back to the cottage. And that's probably one of the worst things I've heard, like, or most profound, like where someone has been injured
Another
from
cosmic talisman. The last mysterious old man I got another cosmic talisman. Yo, ain't no way. Yo. Oh my god. What is happening? He's earth waving her with the... Oh no. Oh god. Tell her to turn on P-Chat. It's on for me. I don't know what you're talking about.
encounter. Like he didn't see the creature, but even he knew what the infrasound was, because I guess he'd done some research. And yeah, he came booting around in the bay in the boat, and like forgone all like water safety, beached the boat, and jumped out and ran up the hill to the cottage.
Give me some of these
and,
cakes.
Yeah. And they had tons of
Wait,
incidents
I'm taking
from
Baker's
there on in,
bones.
so much that this other researcher and I had to go up there and spend some time and do some investigations and alleviate their fears a little bit.
When you're motivated, it's hard to say what you wouldn't do. So, yeah, I believe that guy did do a number on this.
Ooh, nice. Carly, should I trade Baker his own bones back to him? Shit, I fell. Transubstantiation by eating his cakes. That's right. Okay, what bones do I have here? I have a femur bone. I'll just say 2 femurs and an arm bone. There you have it.
Palm like that.
Yeah, it was it was like you said, Dan, I'm a fairly tough person. Things don't scare me, but he just was overwhelmed with this.
Carly with the Iban blast was so crazy. Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Debilitating terror, and couldn't get out of there quick enough.
Yeah. Don't know what it is about the vibrations and the ultrasound, or I guess the infrasound, but somehow they can, at least apparently it seems like they can affect you that way, where they can just overwhelm you with fear.
Have you ever heard of Dogman doing that as
Yeah,
well?
Ivan's Blast was personal. Ivan's Blast just, by its nature, has rage embedded within it. Rage and hatred.
Because I've only ever heard of Sasquatch, Bigfoot being able to do that.
I've definitely heard of people being in their presence, feeling this overwhelming sense of fear without even realizing that it was a dogman that was there. They were in the forest, and all of a sudden they just felt this overwhelming sense of fear. And then later on, after the fact, they realized that there was a dogman there. I don't know if that was caused by infrasound or something else, but people definitely on a pretty regular basis report that. So yeah, there must be something to that.
Yeah, and it is a real thing. Like I know certain animals can do it. Giraffes can do it. Tigers and I think elephants, wolves. So why not other animals, even cryptids, right?
That's true. Seems like the largest example from a certain animal species. They normally tend to have that ability, it would appear. Not always, but in a lot of cases, that seems to be how it is. I'm wondering to kind of.
Yo, she's armed and dangerous, people. Fucking watch out. Holy shit. She's got her Glock on her.
Set this next question up, I need to ask you another question.
All right.
And that question, Dan, is when it comes to the boreal forest, the Great Boreal Forest in Canada, does that run? That's what I'm wondering about. At one point in time in the States, what's the name of that forest that is in Texas? Most of it's considered to be in Texas now. They used to run all the way up north to the Canadian border. I forgot the name of that forest, but there's a forest in the United States where a lot of Sasquatch researchers go, in Texas especially, looking for Sasquatch encounters.
You're fucking hilarious. Holy shit.
With the Great Boreal Forest, I wasn't sure if that's the same way where the Boreal Forest is considered to run coast to coast, east to west coast, all the way across the breadth of Canada. But I know it's broken up now. Of course, over the years, it's been cut into and broken up. But I wasn't sure if it was considered to be one forest still, or if it's considered to be broken up.
I don't know. Might have to do a Google search on that. But I mean, I guess if these things are connected, and I'm sure they use travel ways, just like I guess migrating animals do, right? They take the path of least resistance, or they try to, and they would try to avoid humans and built up areas, I would imagine. But I guess from time to time they get hungry, or they get curious or lost, who knows, and they end up branching out and ending up in areas that they're not supposed to be. But I don't know. That's something to think about.
Okay, I think I'm gonna end the stream now, or about now. I'll keep playing for a little bit, but it's been quite a long stream. Let me see. Yeah, I've been live for almost 4 hours, so this is by far the longest stream that I've done. And yeah, it was really fun. It was just getting good. I don't know what else is gonna happen, but shit. It's almost 1 a.m. I'm getting EP. I'm getting EP. And I wanted to do a clue scroll or something tonight. So I might go to Hellhounds in a little bit. Try to get a hard clue. And yeah, I mean I've done so much agility that my brain hurts. Like I feel like I have brain freeze. Let's ditch Baker. I'm down. Let's go. Like, I'm ready. Let's get the fuck out of here. Ditch Baker. Stream the clue. Okay, if I get a clue, I'll stream it. How about this? I'll stream a trip or two of Blue Drags. That sounds good. Because I could keep going for a little longer, but I'm winded down a little bit. I'm definitely winded down. Hi, Pink. Oh shit, okay. It's on. Baker's watching stream, he knows. Oh, he's still watching my stream? Ain't no way. I thought he would have ditched after like 10 minutes of watching my stream. Be like, fuck this bitch. Where's the hole? There it is. Okay.
About as well.
Ah, the big thicket. That's what I was thinking of.
The big thicket.
The big thicket. That's right. Recent.
I have it up. I just had it muted for a bit. Oh shit. Wow, that looks so cute. Thank you. I put it on a little too tight. Hold on. I don't wear it too often anymore. Since I got my neck tattoo. I just don't wear it as much. But I still really like it. There we go. I can fucking breathe. Okay. Blue Draggies time. Oh, where's my cat? Aww. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Holy. Cute. Good luck, hoes.
Address in the live chat. I just looked over and I saw that she named it for me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
at one point of time, Dan, that actually ran from Mexico all the way up to the northern border. But as progress, quote unquote, progress has come into the picture, it's been broken up, and there's still parts of it all the way up to the border. But yeah, it's not continuous the way it used
Now
to.
you can never say you've never had a cat run away. Okay, this is true, but let me relog and see if it bugged out. Because that happens sometimes. Oh, come on now. Oh no, it's dead. My cat is dead. No, Soot. My cat Soot is so dead. Harley, we gotta go to Varrock and get a cat and get new cats, cause my cat rip Soot. That's so sad. Oh my god. Yeah, my kitty's gone. My kitty is gone. Okay, hot. This is an important decision. Bunny ears, headband, Seraphil helm. Which one slaps the hardest? Headband. Yes. Ears, why even ask? Oh shit, you know. It depends. It really does depend on the vibes. Okay, bring a wealth. Get like 30 tellies. Yeah, I only need one Varrock telly. 100 GP. Get some of these, and some of these, and some of that, and some of these. And I think I'm good. I think I got everything. Yeah. I don't have any ranging pots, but that's okay. After you dropped me with Ivan Blast, do you have any arrows for sale? Here, Carly, I have 280 steels, 400 irons, 42 rune arrows, and then 860 myth arrows. Do you want any of that? I promise to do at least 4 clues on stream. That is not true. That's not true. 1 maybe if I get lucky. Yo, you are grossly overestimating my capability to stay awake at 26 years old. I still haven't grabbed that snack. I'm thinking soft scrambled eggs on garlic naan. Then I'll probably hop back on. Yeah, only hard clues. I didn't promise that. He's making it up. I did not promise that. I said 1, but yeah, 1 hard clue. That's the goal. Kitty cat time, kitty cat time. Carly, should I get pigtails too? I'm kind of in a pigtails mood in game. I don't know though. Hey, I got another chance on the black cat. Oh my god. What, the last one was named Soot. So this one's named... Okay, let's go. I was thinking about getting red hair again, because I actually really liked it. I'm not too sure. Maybe I should. Maybe I should go get red hair real quick, too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bring Folly teleport real quick. The burnt orange hair is so good, yeah. Yeah, I could use some extra myth arrows too. Oh, and I don't have any cat food, so I'm gonna pick up some raw trout. Folly.
To be. That's basically what I was wondering about. If the boreal forest in certain...
This guy, I don't think this guy's ever had an encounter of his own, so that's boring.
Bio on yourself.
I'm originally from Washington State, so I grew up totally believing in Bigfoot. Never got a chance to see one, heard a lot of knocks. We would take trips up to the pass to hear screams, so I definitely believe there's Sasquatches out there. We relocated shortly after I turned 17 to Virginia, and then to Asheville, North Carolina, about 45 minutes out of North Carolina, to Yancey County, which is where my parents currently live. I frequently come home often. I'm very close with my family, so I have spent
yeah.
a lot of time in that home over the last 17 years.
You talk about culture shock. Why did your family relocate like that from the PNW out to the East Coast?
My dad was a VP as a director for Pulte and Del Webb and worked his way around the country and actually did some major developments for like the tunnels in Seattle. And then he did a lot of like high-end homes on cliffs and, really just advanced systems. He actually did a little work in Guyana and in Haiti when the storms came through. He was the government contractor to go down there and actually help people with rebuilding the roads.
Wow, that's impressive. That's a serious job right there. A lot of responsibility.
Absolutely. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, he must be. What do you miss the most about the PNW, Chris?
Honestly, just we had a beautiful home in the woods, being able to go out into nature. Of course, I had my mountain lion encounters and my bear encounters, and I think just the nature, the fresh air. Of course, like there's always some sounds that don't sound normal, but you just kind of go along with the flow. But I just really miss that nature. I feel like it's a different kind of nature on the East Coast than it is on the West Coast.
Oh, yeah, night and day. Both have a lot to offer, but if I had to choose, I would definitely say the PNW has got a lot to offer that I'm looking for. So I'd love to live out that way.
Agreed.
Yes, you could take them. I bought them for you. Okay, I'm gonna go to Folly to change my hair color real quick. And then we go Watchtower. Oh, he's outside. What the fuck? Hey, there we have it. You keeping this man in business? You have the hairdresser? Are you kidding me? I've given this guy like 700k GP. Just raw GP. Yeah, I can't see the headband that great. I would love to get a black headband, but the guy that was selling a black headband before, I just haven't got a chance to see him online. Maybe he's already on my friends list. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah. I'll try to remember that I want to buy that black headband from him for 100k. I think bunny ears would be cute with this. Yeah, bunny ears is so cute. Or the mask. The mask kind of slaps too. Hell yeah. You saw Raynor seat the other day. Yeah, he's selling some shit that I really want to buy. Okay. Get some chat. I think I only need two. Okay. Let me get a Sammy cape too.
I think the only downside is a lot of that rain.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm not out there, but it is a beautiful country nonetheless.
Just give me the GP and I'll totally buy it for you. His name is Filbert. Aww. So cute. I think I'm gonna name mine Ginger. My cat's name is Ginger. Hi, Meows Mix. Hi, sweetheart.
Chris, it would appear that both you and your dad have seen the same dog man. Has that fact drawn?
No way, I came in and see all naming cats. Well, my other cat Soot was also a black kitten that I only had for like an hour and he ran away. The agility course makes it really easy for cats to run away because you're constantly doing so many like actions and stuff. might change Ginger's name to something else that I can think of.
On the two of you closer together?
Yes, actually. So my first encounter was a little over a year ago. And it happened so like quickly. And then I had brought it up to him, and my dad and I are very similar. I'm the oldest. And so we always say like I'm my father's daughter for sure. But you know, like I had seen it, and I think he started to become more aware because he had things happening too. And so we started to kind of like merge our stories together and then came to the conclusion that something was going on around the house that isn't normal whatsoever.
If I understood you correctly, are you saying that he actually did believe in cryptids before he wound up having his own encounter?
Oh, absolutely. My dad was an axeman in Alaska. You know, he said he saw like pterodactyl birds up there, you know, just he's experienced things like I've experienced things throughout his entire life that are just unexplainable. And I don't know, and you know, we're Baptists, we're raised Christian, so like for us to see and feel things, it's very taboo, but regardless, they happen to us, and we're not going to be like discrediting the fact that these things happen and that we see them, because otherwise people would just think we were crazy. So it's kind of reassuring that my father experiences somewhat of the same things I experience.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it always helps when you have someone who's had the same experience when it comes to an experience that's so out there as the one
Agreed.
that you had, a dog man encounter. So
Please, please, hard glue, please, please.
lurking out there in the dark.
Honestly, I've always been scared. I told you that. I mean, I would come home and, you know, maybe I've had a little bit too much to drink and would have to get myself into the house late at night and would smell things, you know, throughout the years, and always felt not so safe. Like I always felt like I need to get to the front door no matter what time it is. It's not one of those houses where you want to like enjoy lingering outside versus my home in Seattle where, you know,
You've never seen an alien or a UFO sad face? Aw, shit. You know, I've never seen an alien, as far as I know. But I have seen a UFO. It wasn't super spectacular or nothing. It was just a white light. But, it basically, it, like, descended, like, straight down from the sky. I seen it, like, spawn in the sky, and it descended straight down super fast. And then right before it hit the tree line of the woods that I was looking into, it slowed down, and then it went into the woods. Like it looked kind of like a shooting star. Like if you didn't know any better and I wasn't paying attention, I would have just, oh, that's a shooting star at like the perfect angle that it looks like it's going straight down type of thing. But I seen it go into the woods from the top, because I was up high looking down into the trees, so I could tell that it went in there. I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I felt really weird after I saw it. I didn't feel right after I seen it, so I just went inside and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that was. That's a UFO to me. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I'd never seen anything fly like that either. And it's the spot that I was in is not exactly prime territory for drone shots and stuff. So, but that's the only alien or UFO experience I've had. I've had a lot of other weird shit happen though.
us kids growing up would be out in the woods building tree forts, you know, and like fighting each other with pine cones. It was more in nature, and I felt safer out there than I do at the home that they have there, unfortunately.
Wow, it really is a shame that you don't feel so safe there. That's not good. I hope that changes.
Yeah.
From what I understand, you told your sister-in-law about your encounter, but it didn't go very well. How so?
No, she was like, "What kind of drugs are you taking?" And I was like, "There's no drugs being taken, you know, like I'm not a crazy person." I said, "You know, honestly, my dad has had the same experiences, you know, and I, you know, like I told you, I would really like to, you know, ask my neighbors. I just haven't really had the moment to catch up with them or see them, you know, that are up there."
Well, if you did ask your neighbors, I'm sure they'd have some interesting stories. Well, I can't say I'm sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had some interesting stories to share as well,
Agreed, for sure.
especially when you consider the fact that you've seen that dog man, and every indication is your dad saw the same one too. So it shouldn't come as a surprise.
No, he's definitely more heightened to it. And I think everybody in my family is now that I brought it up at this point.
Well, I think it's a good thing you did bring it up to them. They need to know. You heard an episode of the show, Chris, where the eyewitness talked about an encounter.
It's a pee break. Pee break time.
they had close to where you live. Please talk us through that.
Yeah, so there was an episode that someone had seen one up at Watauga Lake, which is over in the Johnson City area. And my family lives in Yancey County, which is in the North Carolina border. But if you actually look at Watauga Lake versus Yancey County, it's not very far distances and it's a mountain range. So whoever has been seeing things in Watauga or in that Johnson City, Irwin, Tennessee area is crossing over into North Carolina into the back end of the borderline of Wolf Laurel, going all the way up to Boone, North Carolina, Banner Elk, all of those places, because those borderline, and there's nothing up there. It's, interstate. So unless you have a 4-wheel drive truck or you have a home on a mountain on a top side, like you're really probably not going to be heading in those directions. Also, there's not very good cell phone service through those places.
I tell eyewitnesses this all the time, Chris. I tell them, you'd be surprised if you knew half as many people in your circle of friends and family who've seen these things, but never told you because they were afraid that they'd be laughed at or ridiculed, all the above. But yeah, I'm sure there are so many more people in your life who've had encounters with these things, or at least Sasquatch, that you just are never going to know about for that reason.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that's where my conversation came up with my friends who are very, straightforward thinking people. We're all, what you see is what you get. There's no story making up. We have better things to do and better things to talk about. And that was a conversation I came up and I said, hey guys, like I saw something outside my parents' house. And they were like, what? Well, we've seen something up here across the way and they're just across the ridge. So, there's not a very big valley between their home and my parents' home. So obviously there's something going on around the area.
It sure sounds like it. Yeah, to me it does. All right, Chris, please tell us about your encounter and the one that your dad had now. Give us every last detail that comes to mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I was up visiting my parents. I usually work from home on Tuesday, so I try to extend my weekend with them. And I think they ran into Asheville at some point, so I was home alone by myself. And they have this beautiful log cabin that just sits on these like mountain ridge area where you can see it throughout both windows. At the time, though, the window I was looking out of had no view because the neighbor hadn't decided to go off of a trip and cut every tree down. But I'm kind of glad about it because now the view is absolutely beautiful. So it's a catch-22. But he did plant new trees, so it's a win-win for everybody. But at that time, I just wanted to step away, and at that time there was no view. So I don't know what initially like drew me to the window, but I happened to just look out over the driveway, and I looked to the left, and all of a sudden this like creature comes running in the driveway. And prior to that, I kind of had been looking out the window because my dad had said that something had been pooping on the back deck. And my mom has a small dog and it's a silky Yorkie. And so my dad was like, well, just pick up his poop and throw it in the woods because I don't want to step in it. I don't want to be encouraging other animals to come up here and, discard their problems on our front doorstep. And during that time, he also had said that he had heard like knobs rattling. And so like, there was some things going on at that time. So I'm looking out the window, just keeping an eye out, just in case, there's a dog in the driveway and I have to shoo it away. So instinctively, I'm walking out, and all of a sudden, this animal comes running in the driveway. And it's not a dog, first off. I grew up with German Shepherds. I've had encounters with mountain lions. I've had encounters with all sorts of animals my entire life. It was so unnatural looking that I instinctively just didn't even scream. I just literally lifted my arm and said, get out of here. And at the same time, this creature was looking up at me at the window. The window has a double pane and also a screen. So when you are looking from downstairs, you can't really see, like you can see a figure, but it's not like if you were looking through like a clear window. So that's what like was like startling to me a little bit, and not scary, but just more of like, oh, okay, like this thing is not normal, because if it was a dog, it couldn't see me through this window right now. Why would it be looking up at the window? And when it saw me, its face looked so astonished and surprised, like it had been caught almost. Like, and it was in like, I don't know, 3:30 in the afternoon. So like it was still bright out and it was warm out. And if you've ever seen in like a cartoon where the coyote's running and all of a sudden it gets caught and it goes skirt and its front paws just like kind of skirt to the front and its back hind legs, like it kind of just slams down its brakes, like, in a cartoon, it had this expression like, oh, I just got caught. Like, and I'm looking at it like, you got to get out of here, whatever you are, you're not welcome. But it looked like, if I were to describe like what colors it looked like and body type, if you've seen Harry Potter, we've all seen Harry Potter, the creature from the Harry Potter movie, the wolf, the teacher that turns into a wolf, it looked of that shade, it looked of that body build. And what I noticed most about it was the hands. It was hands, but like paw hands in the front. They were like claw fingers. And in the back, it had hind legs. it never stood up. It just was crouched down because obviously it had been like kind of almost like galloping into my driveway. And then once it had realized that I had just come out to the window and happened to be looking, it happened to just maybe sense my presence. I don't know quite else why it could have known that I had been in the window that entire time. But I literally, the minute it saw me, there was no windows open. So it couldn't hear me yelling at it. But me yelling at it from inside the house, taking my arm and literally saying, "Get out of here. You're not welcome." He literally took off, or she, whatever it was, took off and literally ran into the bushes. And I haven't personally seen it since. However, my dad, in the last 2 weeks, fast forward a year and some change, probably a couple months now, he said, unfortunately, he's been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And so he's just been taking the holistic approach. And so he's been doing a lot of resting and herbal supplements. And he said that he woke up the other night and they have motion sensor lights. And I keep encouraging them to buy a Ring camera, because had we had a Ring camera or some kind of form of camera in that house, that would have been caught in broad daylight, for sure. And the lights came on and he looked out the window and sat on the edge of the bed because his bed is facing the window. He likes to always be in the know of who is coming and going out of the driveway, because they like to use the driveway as like a UPS drop turnaround. And so he's afraid somebody's going to end up hitting one of the cars. So he's looking out the window and he thinks that there's somebody in the driveway. Well, it's not a somebody, it's a something. And the way he told me and the way he described it is that it was so dark out, he couldn't really make out, but it was crouched down and just kind of like sniffing around like the cars and just kind of crouching, just doing weird stuff out in the driveway. So that's been the most recent encounter. He said that he just sat back down because he's not feeling well. And he was like, maybe I'm daydreaming or maybe I'm hallucinating. But then the light came back on again. And then that's when he saw it again. And then he never saw it again after that.
You never know what the future might hold. I sure hope you never do have any other sightings. Hope he doesn't also. But yeah, if you do have any other sightings, then hopefully you'll be able to take them in stride. And same story with him.
Yes, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. There's something about that property that might be connected to your encounter and your dad's encounter. Please talk us through that.
So I think the biggest thing for me is that, I guess, growing up in the PNW, like we had Native American stuff, but I feel like Native American burial grounds are more common in the Carolinas just because they were so much more concentrated throughout the mountains. But what I've learned is that I truly believe that it's either a Native American burial ground site, or it's somewhere that they used to do some kind of rituals or a meetup or of some sorts, because we've heard creaking. My dad said back in the day before they had put the carpet into the house that he was walking down the stairs and something had come rushing past him, and it sounded like a dog with claws was like running up the stairs past him. So like he's experienced that. I know that on the window, there were like, I had to clean their windows, and they have like, it's a log cabin and they have these huge, beautiful sliding glass doors, but I'm 5'9" and I had to get a step ladder to actually reach this thing because they're very tall windows, or at least, I don't know, 16 feet. I don't know if that's accurate, but it's a very tall window. So regardless, it had this like squish imprint. And it was like, I'm sitting here thinking, what the heck could this be? Because it's not a bear. Because if it was a bear, you would see the claws. And the reason why I know that for a fact is because I used to winterize homes at the country club across the way, and I had a bear test the doors and try to get into the house. So I can tell you for fact what a bear imprint on a window trying to get in looks like versus whatever the heck that was on my parents' window. And I'll also make a note too that the property sits on a ridge line where it's protected by another mountain behind it. So if it was a place that these people would meet or something would happen there, they were protected and safe. And there's also a river right below it. So I just feel like for some reason, there's just that presence there. There's just been too many things that have happened. And I, always thought maybe it was an antique. We collect a lot of stuff. Our family has been here for a very long time in this country. So we have a lot of like rifles and, artillery things, American historical things that have been passed down throughout the century, or the generations, I should say. And so I was thinking maybe the house was just haunted by these items that my dad had, but then I was like, no way, because then the same thing would have been happening in Seattle. And I never experienced this in Seattle. So that's kind of where I'm just in a toss-up of like, there's definitely something going on here, and it's happening more frequently than, it ever happened in the past.
You just might be right about there being something about that land. I wouldn't be surprised at all. The one that you saw, the dog man, when you saw it, it sounds to me like it stayed on all fours the whole time. But if it were to stand up onto its back legs, how high do you think its nose would be?
Oh, easily over, I would say I would say close to 7 feet tall because I'm 5'9". My baby brother's 6'4", and this thing was bigger than my baby brother, and he was a defensive lineman for Appalachian State, so he's a big boy. This thing was taller.
What kind of egg are you having? Scramby egg?
And skinny, not big, but skinny. It looked just raggedy. I don't know. That's why I was so confused as to what it was at first, because I was like, that's a mangy looking dog. And then I got to looking at it and I was like, its eyes look weird and you could tell it had a snout. And then the ears obviously pointed, just like they say in all the horror movies, you know, and of course, you know, growing up in the PNW, like I always hoped to see a Sasquatch. Of course, did I ever see one? No, but you know, never in a
Yes,
million
you
years
did. Oh my
have
god.
I ever heard any folklore of there being any kind of wolfmen, werewolves, any kind of sorts of a dog man, anything like that in that area of Yancey County. I've never heard anybody in this whole 17, 18 years my family's lived there. I've never heard of anybody talk about it, which was so crazy to me because I believe in all that stuff. I've always believed in it. So I just never like, I guess if I would have known, I probably would have been more aware. You know, I guess it just kind of came to a super surprising shock to me that I just even encountered it in the first place.
Well, like I say, you never expect to see a dog man until you do. So, yeah, that's what's behind that. How high did you say that smudge was up on the window that you found that one
I
day?
mean, easily at the top. I mean, we're talking like, and it was round. Like it was, it honestly, like if you think of like a lion's mane, like fur, like if you think of a lion and its mane being pressed up, obviously no face smudge, but whatever it was like pressing whatever its fur because it was just greasy. I had to use like Windex like 3 times to get it off. That's why I was like, what is this? Like obviously it hadn't had a bath in a while. But there was also a nose print to the right on another couple set of doors further down because they have a rather large back patio deck. And so, of course, I, you know, was like cleaning them from top to bottom. And on the bottom of it was a rather large snout, an imprint. And that my dad had noticed because his seat that he always sits at the dining room table was adjacent to the snout imprint on the side of the door. So that's when he noticed that and was like, can you go out there and take a look at that? And then also clean it, please. And then that's when I kind of started to walk through the windows and go, well, what the heck is that? And what is that? So that's kind of where I kind of came to the conclusion that whatever it was definitely over 6 foot easily and definitely over 7 foot for sure.
Do you think that smudge that you found was too high for it to have been made by that same dog man that you saw? Do you think it had to have been a bigger dog man or maybe even a Sasquatch?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I never actually thought about that till you're asking me now. I mean, whatever it wasn't a bear because like there would have been handprints, you know, because like bears are heavy and like that bear that leaned into the house that I was watching over, like you could see where it can't, like bears aren't very good at standing on their feet. Like they're not, you know what I'm saying? Like they are, but they're not. And I
Good
feel like their
old
weight
buddy bud.
distribution would press into a window versus
Great
something that's more
kiss.
accustomed to
Yeah.
walking on its feet. So whatever it
Oh
was
no.
definitely big. It had a huge mane and it left a huge greasy mess on the window.
Not my choice.
Yeah,
All we
sometimes when they
got.
press up against windows, they do leave a smudgy, oily, like residue. Same way Sasquatch do. I don't know what's behind that, but they do that sometimes.
I mean, it could be.
I would like a PBR. Listen, I did not buy this, okay? I would have bought something way different. That's a dad beer? Yeah, it is. I don't mind. I've drank way worse fluids. Canadian beer as I am Canada. I'm having American beer as I am America.
a Sasquatch, and I mean, and it is the Appalachian, so and they are known to be through there as well, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. I mean, at this point, like there's an animal trail that runs through, and this deer and her fawns, like she always brings them through all the time. There's babies always in our yard every season. It's a very like safe place to the point where the deer, I'll go walk out to my car and they'll just look at me, and that'll be that. So it's a very like nature, like you'll see bunnies. Like out in the yard. We've had, I mean, just what, an regular North Carolina animal that would roam through usually comes through.
Anything's possible. It just might have been a Sasquatch, but that wouldn't explain the muzzle print that you found on the door. So that kind of makes you wonder.
Maybe it was a Sasquatch. I mean, whatever it was tall and it just pressed against the window. And I don't know if it was trying to listen in or I don't know what was going on, but and that nose print down on the bottom though, it was bigger than an average, like, bears have a smaller snout or whatever you call that. Their noses are not that big. It was definitely bigger than that. Huh. I didn't think about that. Good call, Vic. Good call.
Well, this is what I do, so.
I know you're just over here rattling it out for me. I mean, I'm just a very logical person. I sell cosmetics for a living. It's not brain surgery. It's very, very, very type A, so this for me is just like, just want to know what's out there. I just want to know to be safe for my family. I'm not afraid of it just because of growing. Growing up and being around wild animals and coming in encounters with, mountain lions in person and, big moose and their babies. Like that was an encounter in Montana, cross country skiing. Like I am truly just an outdoor kind of person, so I'm not afraid of it, but it just was like unwarranted and clearly unwanted by my just personal instinction just to tell it to get away.
Well, it goes without saying, I'm glad you're not afraid of it. But yeah, being wary is a good idea, though, because you never know if a dog man that's normally not aggressive might have gotten up on the wrong side of the log and is having a bad day. So, yeah, it is a good idea to be wary, but yeah, fearful. If you can stay away from the fearful end of the spectrum, then yeah, that is a good thing. Before you told it to get out of there, Chris, did you have any concerns about talking? Talking to it that way, the possible blowback?
Honestly, no. Like it was just um I guess instinctively I had already been drawn to the window in the first place. So I really didn't know why I was looking out the window. And so when I saw it, I didn't even think twice. It was more of just like internally, it was like, whatever that is, you need to tell it to go and it needs to go immediately. And it's kind of interesting because it's something I actually forgot to mention to you the other night. I was actually sitting out in the car with one of my friends because they came up to visit and they wanted to go out and smoke, but they didn't want to sit outside because it was too cold. So we were in the car with the window cracked. And I thought my mom had let the dog out. I thought she let Teddy out because usually I'm like the dog walker when my mom can't take him out and I speak dog fluently. So he just comes to me and is like, take me out, please. And I just read him and I'm like, let's go. So I thought she had just taken him out and then I would, make sure he got back inside. And so I'm like, I hear like clicking on the rocks because my parents have a rock driveway. And I'm like, here, Teddy, here. And I open up the door and the light's not on. I look over and the light's not on because the light had shut off. So I thought that maybe he had gone inside. No, I heard rocks on the other side of the car. And whatever it was running around the car. And I closed the door and I was too scared to look back. And so was my friend. And she's from New Jersey. So she doesn't even do the mountains. The fact that she was even up at my parents' house was like an act of Congress to get her up there. So she was already spooked enough. And we just sat there and screamed in the car for like 2 minutes. That was a story I completely forgot, but I just thought it might have been like, I don't know, like a bear or something. I guess, at that point the dog man hadn't shown up yet at the house. So maybe that was, another encounter that I experienced at nighttime, of something that was just sniffing out the dogs. And it's weird because as I'm talking about this, my mom's dog always sniffs around the cars. And that's where I had seen it, was sniffing around the cars. Or whatever it was around that base of the car. And that's where my mom's dog always goes and gravitates to when he goes out. Like he would rather go sniff the car before he goes to the bathroom.
I hope it was some kind of a common animal because if it would have been a dog man, that dog man that you saw, and she looked out and saw it, she would have freaked.
Yeah, she probably would have never come back. And she believes me on this too, though. She's kind of like with me, I've had just kind of crazy things happen in my life. And so it's kind of most of my friends personally, my good friends, my good girlfriends, they're always like, oh, we're not surprised when it comes to you. Like, I do believe you at this point, like it's because I'm just a very honest person and, crazier things have happened. So it's just one of those, I do have a good group of friends, but as far as like reaching out of that circle and talking to someone about it, I would never feel comfortable enough to do that.
Understandably so. Yeah, most people wouldn't receive that very well. Did you notice any anatomical features on it when you looked out the window and saw it that day that would preclude the chance it could have been some kind of a deformed wolf?
No, absolutely not, because the wolves are not native to North Carolina. So, and even if it was a coyote, the coyote wouldn't have hands that look like fingers. You know, it just, its face, like it just, if you've seen that expression where dogs' eyes get really big, like it's been caught and it's surprised, like, holy crap, that just happened, you know, like, whoa, you know, that's the eyes, the expression, you know, all of those things. It's just one of those like eyes expressions, you know, that I can't get out of my head. And it's just, it looked like it had been caught and it was in shock. And its mouth was kind of like, whoa, you know, and it had a snout. It had all of those features. It was a sandy brown color and it looked like it had mange. And it was scrawny, but it was like, it was a, you know, it was built. It was just scrawny. That's all I, you know, I really, it was so quick. But what I did know is that it had like a gallop. Like it didn't like run like a normal dog. Like it galloped away.
I'm sure that's a sight you're never going to get out of your head.
Definitely not. No. And I look at, every time I look out the window, I look at that same place and I'm just like reminded of that because it's right outside my parents' bedroom. And even when I'm out there outside, I'm always looking in that spot, like, or looking down the driveway, wondering what's going to come running up it, or, you know, and like I was telling you on the phone or this week that sometimes I'll go outside and like they have an ant problem or something. I'm always like the bug exterminator. So I'm always like trying to help them, you know, around the house, and it'll get really quiet sometimes, like silent, like dead quiet. And I'm like, what is going on? Like if I don't even hear a cricket, like there's clearly something happening, and okay, like that was great. Let me put a curtain up now.
Well, yeah, after having that experience, I don't blame you for covering up the windows. I think most people would. Well, let's get to the questions now that the people in the live chat have for you, Chris. The first one would be from Andres Carrizales. And Andres wants to know, do you know when the rumors started? I'm sure he's talking about the Skinwalker rumors.
Yeah, that honestly, I feel like a lot of the members up there, they're very not open with things. But to be honest with you, like I said, there's a lot of trails and a lot of backwoods trails that I feel like this has been going on for a while. I just feel like I need to start asking more people, you know, questions about it. And I do want to follow up with my friend's daughter because I feel like well, we go back a long ways anyways. I used to babysit her when she was a little girl. So I feel like she'd be more comfortable to talk to me about it and it won't be so like random and awkward to ask her. But I am curious to know because it's just, you know, like if there is something out there, then we do need to let people know just so they're aware that there are other things out there besides dogs and cats and birds.
Wouldn't it be nice if the only thing that was out there or the things that we're told are all that's out there? But I guess on the other hand, maybe somehow, some way, these guys do serve some beneficial purpose, maybe keeping other nastier things away. Maybe Sasquatch do the same thing too. It's hard to say, but yeah, the world is a lot more complicated than what we've been told. There's no denying that.
No, agreed. Well, and the thing is for me, like my parents' home in Seattle was positioned to where it backed up to Weyerhaeuser, which went all the way to Canada. There were logging trails that would go for miles and miles and miles, you know, in any direction. And so like I feel like living there would have been more of an opportunity to experience something versus the house that my parents live in because there are so many neighbors so close by, if that makes sense. Like there's more of an opportunity to be seen where my parents currently live than where they did in the PNW.
No, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I can understand why you would feel that way. I've got another one for you from Glenn Kamada. And Glenn wants to know, was there a tail that you noticed?
No, that's what was like unsettling to me. Whatever it was definitely like, it was just weird looking. It was just weird looking.
Sounds to me like weird's a really good way to sum it up.
Yeah, I work in cosmetics, so, and it's more of like the softer natural side of things. So when I'm explaining this, I think of like Anunnaki. I think of the what were we talking about? The Nubian dogs, the ones from Egypt. It looked like that, but it was just I would say countrified. Like it literally looked like it had just been through the fall of the leaves of the colors of the Western Carolina. Like it looked like it had fit to its environment. Like a Yeti lives in the snow, it adapts to its environment, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, as you've seen, they're definitely perfectly adapted to theirs.
For sure. So, enough to blend in, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no doubt. They're the masters at that. The next one would be from Michigan Meat Eater, and he wants to know, did its ears go back like when a dog is startled or surprised?
Absolutely. I grew up with purebred German Shepherds. So I'm telling you, like I had some dogs that would do things that they probably shouldn't have been doing growing up. So I definitely know that surprised look. And that's exactly like you've been caught. And it knew like immediately just to go. Like but I think to me, what really got me is the fact that it saw me through the window and the fact that it was a screen on top of a window on top of a window. I mean, I'm always looking up in the windows to see if my brothers are trying to pull pranks on me. So I know the depth of the distance in the windows. I have 3 little brothers. So there's always an ambush happening somewhere around a corner.
Busted.
Yes,
I'll bet he
always.
wasn't expecting to see you.
Yes, absolutely.
No doubt. It looks like Joe Daniels has the next one up, and Joe wants to know, Christina, did you see the eyes or details like teeth?
Absolutely. They were like white, but you have to remember it was definitely like not close up. Like it was further away. I'm looking up on a 2-story car garage on down to a driveway. So I wasn't as close as I would have liked to have been. So the description for me is more of like you're looking at something and I have 20/20 vision, but again, I'm looking through a screen. I did see the white. It had brown like irises. And I did see like the teeth and all of that. I mean, it looked like a cartoon. I wish that I could find one to describe it. Like maybe I can Google it while I'm on here and look up one just so I can show you the expression. Because it literally, I'm 36 years old, so I grew up watching, Looney Tunes and all the Cartoon Network. So the best I could describe it would be like the big bad wolf and the 3 little pigs.
If that face didn't happen to belong to a dog man, it almost would have been comical to see.
No, for real. That's what I'm saying. But it was just like the shock of the fact that I saw it and I instinctively wasn't scared and just told it to leave. Like it was just so swift. It happened within like literally a 2-minute like turnaround window. It was not a long like thing that had happened.
Yeah, sounds like it did happen pretty quick. And you don't mess around. You yell at Dogman to get the heck out of here and everything. Wow.
Yeah, I think being just raised, like I said, and instinctively intuitive, like I've had ghost experiences and, things touch me. I've stayed in the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel for a week for work and had things experienced there. I mean, I'm very susceptible to the other side of natural things. And so is my dad. So the fact that like I intuitively had just happened to walk to the window and I don't know why I would have aside from just looking out there just to make sure there was no dog in the driveway. And then just at the same time that this animal just happens to run into the driveway at the same time. Like there's no coincidence for that. Like that's just crazy.
Yeah, crazy is a good way to sum it up. And I'm pretty sure that dog man didn't expect you to respond the way you did either.
Definitely not. Now, my dad's version, he's like, I would have met it with a gun. My whole appearance was like, I just wanted it gone. And instinctively, I didn't have any other response naturally but to tell it to get the heck out and go away. It wasn't wanted there.
Well, just, I like your response a lot better than your dad's response. If you shoot these guys, then unfortunately, you can open up a lot of problems for yourself.
Yeah, and I feel like I've heard stories of a trucker that shot one up in Ohio, I think, and it was trailing along the side of his truck and he shot it and like somebody showed up on his doorstep months later saying, you shot one of our entities and it was your shotgun bullet. Because I've looked into this. So I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I just started to listen to your podcast on Spotify because I was like, obviously this is happening.
man.
And
Shooting.
normal people, it's happening to normal people.
Shooting a werewolf doesn't sound like a great idea, I'm not gonna lie.
That are just average people. And it needs to be talked about because clearly there's things out there that we don't know that go bump in the night.
Unfortunately, more things than we'd ever want to know about out there. It does make you wonder. I've got another one for you, Chris, from Scott Lee. And Scott wants to know, have you told any of your friends that warned you about the area, about your encounter?
Yeah, actually, we talked about it over... Yeah. It was a random conversation over lunch that just kind of came up amongst other things, but it was a very like,
in your back
we're going to
pocket.
go shopping on Tuesday. That's the kind of conversation we had because it's so real and so just like it's happening. And again, like we're level-headed about it to where we can actually have a conversation about it.
It's fun. You could have a casual conversation about something like that, but if they know about it being out there, then they know.
Yeah, it's just being aware, I think, and it's being awake to other things besides just what the norm of society has taught us.
Like I said, what we've been taught is so different from the reality of the world. It's
Agreed.
not even funny.
Agreed.
No doubt. This next one up is from Andres Quirizales, and he wants to know, are the bad feelings more intense?
Don't use bullets, that's right. Hey, I'd give the lady a break. Not everybody is a gun nerd, I'll say that. Actually, it's a suppressor. Actually, it's a suppressor, not a silencer.
Tense on certain days or seasons.
You mean like when they come in, like when...
I mean, shooting a werewolf with a shotgun is pretty badass, though.
And I guess he's probably asking when they come to, like when I feel like something bad's gonna happen.
I'm pretty sure that's what he wants to know. Mm-hmm.
I would say yes. Like that same week, something said my name, my full name. And I happened to be in my room. I think I was working on a Excel spreadsheet doing a projection for a budget for my company, and ended up walking all the way down the garage and all the way down the hallway and had to scream down at the top of the stairs. Did you guys call me? Mom, Dad, did you say my name? And they were like, no. And so like I do feel like things happen.
We did it.
And yeah, I mean, maybe they're not really with seasons. I really have never charted it. Maybe I should, but it's more of like that intuitive feeling where you're being watched or being followed, or there's something going on and you need to be more aware. It's just that like heightened sense of like awareness and what's around you and what's going on. I think that's what drew me to the window.
It sure sounds to me like you're a sensitive, like you do pick up on things before the normal person would.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and I think that's why I probably saw it in person. I mean, I think a lot of things that have happened to me in my lifetime have just been like, I'm not asking for it. Like, obviously, when I stayed at the Hollywood Roosevelt, I was there for work. I wasn't there for a ghost tour. But these things find me. I don't find them. And it's the same thing with my dad, too.
Sounds like you're a magnet. Some people are, some people just attract all sorts of paranormal entities and experiences, cryptids, you name it. Now, you're not a magnet to the extent of some people I've spoken with, but it sounds to me like you do draw more things in than the average person out there. I could be wrong, but sure sounds that way to me.
No, I do, but I always feel like I'm protected by God too, though. So like I feel like these things take it to a certain extent and I experience it, but it never harms me. I've never been harmed, if that makes sense. So
Right.
I think it's more of like there are other things out there and you need to be aware. And I have been, I guess, maybe gifted the opportunity to see them in person.
You suicidal.
I like your outlook.
suicidal.
That's a good way to look at it.
You suicidal.
It looks like Victory
Why?
Garden has the next one up. They want to know, would the guest ever want to go see one again by hanging out in the land between the lakes? Do you know what the LBL is?
What does that mean?
Yeah, the LBL, the land between the lakes, is a recreational area, a state recreational area that's partially in Tennessee, partially in Kentucky. It's a really big area. It takes over an hour to drive through. Basically, the gist is there are two lakes that kind of bracket this wilderness area, a huge wilderness area. I mean, just monstrously big. And there aren't any homes in that area. It's just nothing but wilderness. People go there all the time to hunt and fish and camp and hike and all the above. But the area is well known for a cryptid presence. Some people say that there's a strong population of dogmen and Sasquatch there. Other people don't believe that there are any dogmen there, but there are Sasquatch. But yeah, if you were to look for an area that was ideal, if you're a cryptid when it comes to places to hang out, that would be it. So,
Yo, Devin, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about, bro. I have no idea even who you're talking about, let alone some event. I have no clue, bro. Is this guy AI? Are you talking about the host? What is it? His voice? He does kind of have like an AI sounding voice. Yeah. He's just, Vic just has a very unique voice. I think that that's what it is. Dude has like next level bass on his voice too. It's wild. I've never heard somebody sound like him. Also, I have no idea what his accent is. Is this guy Mudkip? Yo, why are you trolling me? Come on now. What does that even mean? What the fuck? Wait. Why are people saying I sound like Mudkip? Huh?
Huh? Hey, Mudkip, cut it out! You know that Torchic doesn't like water.
Hi!
Huh? Morning!
And this is Mudkip.
Mudkip, the mudfish Pokemon. Mudkip uses the sensitive radar receptors on its head fin to determine what's going on around it. In a pinch, it can brandish enough power to crush rocks.
I don't know what a Mudkip fucking sounds like. I don't know what y'all are playing at.
Goes! Guess I'm still not so thrilled.
Is that what people think I sound like? Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
All right, a mudkip.
Mudkip? Use water gun.
Yo.
That's supposed to happen?
Yo, how am I trolling you? What? What the? What?
It's bad. Lotad. Wow, that was a close one. Thanks.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I know Mudkip 04. I didn't. Do people think I'm trying to sound like Wild Mudkip? What is going on?
Hey, how's it going? Welcome back to another episode of the duo group Iron Man. In the last
Hey, how's it going? I don't sound like that. Ain't no way.
video, me and Spookdog took on Zalcano for the first time
Bullshit.
ever, at least in the main game.
Bullshit.
We got, or at least I got, I think she did also, we got all the combat achievements done for Zalcano, and for the uniques, neither of us got anything. I had all these onyxes from Zora from before, but we had a very good time doing it because we were doing Zalcano with friends.
You got that suave energy. I don't know what to say. I got that primo OG swag. It's uncontrollable. The confidence just oozes out of me.
The whole time. Yeah, I realized how easy it was in the league, and that made me want to try it out in the main game. The Elder Cast Druids are over there too. I'm probably not going to focus on them too much for now, at least. But the Zombie Pirates, I end up doing, I don't even know how long it was last video, maybe like 2 to 3 hours total. And I got 16.
Dripping with piss and spit. More like a
16 keys, which I have not yet opened up. And that's what I want to do for this video, or the main goal, the main subject of this video is going to be trying to get the teleport anchoring scroll. This is a collection log item, and one of the main goals of my account is to get as many collection log slots as possible. Now the drop rate to get the teleport anchoring scroll is, from the Zombie Pirates themselves, it's 1 out of 20k with the Wildy Medium Diary done. And then you can also get it from opening the keys on the lockers, which it's 1 out of 275. And then for the drop rate of the keys, it's about 1 in 23.63 from the Zombie Pirates. If we pull out the calculator here, 1 out of 23.63, and then it's 275 drop rate. It means the drop rate would be about 6,500 Zombie Pirates, not including the 1 out of 20k drop rate as well. What I want to start off by doing is a 1-hour test of Zombie Pirates with this gear setup, just mailing them. Venerable is probably better, but...
Did I last play OSRS? Probably... Oh shit, I want to say probably 8-9 months ago. Yeah, it was a while ago. Maybe not that long, maybe like 7 months ago. It was a while ago, but even the last time I played before that, before I took a long break, I just killed demonic gorillas all day, and then when I got members again, I just killed more demonic gorillas all day. So, yeah. I would like to play again, because I have never killed Warcath, a lot of the high level content in old school I've never done. I gave away my main. I lost interest years ago. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time I'll have a phase of playing old school for like a month, and then I'll just like not be able to afford a bond or whatever, so I just stop playing. too broke, too broke in your life to afford membership. It's so expensive, so can't do that shit.
I just want to see how this is, see how many kills per hour I get and how many keys to expect per hour, because I'm going to be grinding out a lot of zombie pirates in this video, so I want to get like a base estimate. I have a suspicion, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that if you're max combat, it's not really going to be that dangerous for you. It seems like the kind of place where like mid-levels, like level 90 accounts would go to, because it's between like level 10 through 15 wildy, so I could only be attacked by people that are like 110 plus combat. We'll probably find out though very quickly, because it is currently a Saturday. It's pretty close to peak hours. There's 120k plus players online. We'll get the timer up on the screen and let's get the hour started. I'm just going to start it right here. I'm gonna show you how I get over there. There is a burning amulet teleport, which takes you like right outside, but I'm just gonna run there because it's not that far of a run from Ferox. I got my quick prayer set up to pray mage and preserve, because the cast druids are gonna be attacking you with mage the whole time. You do take a little bit of damage from the zombies because they melee you, but it's really not that much. I have a little bit of food, but I don't think you gotta worry about it. Okay, there's someone here. I'm just gonna hop. All right, overhead on. Pot up. There is the altar here, so
I think I'm on 11k kills on shadows with no square. On old school or on 04? What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. Shadow warriors, right? On 04. I had no idea these existed. Oh, it's under Legends. I got you. Oh yeah, I mean that's hella rare. But you're definitely dry. 3.9k. Yeah, that's like getting a Zolera mutagen.
So that's basically what they're asking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the thing is for me with nature, it always finds me. I don't find it in any encounter. Like it's very kind of weird when it comes to me. Like several occasions, I lived in Florida for a
Need
while. I
some
would see
luck,
turtles that would
Lou.
show up. I would see sharks that would get pulled in. I'd be out paddleboarding. I come into a hammerhead shark. Never had any bad encounters. You know, I had a face-to-face, like I said, with a mountain lion. I ran into a mama moose and a baby moose cross-country skiing. I've never had any bad interactions. But when I tell you animals show up, and they show up all the time. And it's
I got a Solar mutagen at like 500 KC or something like that. 450 maybe. And it was the Magma mutagen, which is the coolest one. And I dropped that shit. I quit old school after that, and I dropped that shit, and I regret it every day still. And I also regret selling the username Shiloh on old school, because it was such an OG name, and I just sold it for 100 mil. It was such a waste. Like 100 mil is nothing now on old school. It was just so dumb.
very unexplainable.
Wow, Chris, you sure have had some experiences. 36 years in, and you've had all those experiences. It really makes you wonder what's next.
I know. I'm always up for adventures, but my mom is from Montana and my dad is from New York, so you never know. You never know where the story.
Do you pronounce Shiloh the same as your nick? Yes, it's Shiloh. Yeah. Yep, Shiloh Village. Shiloh. A lot of people say Shiloh, but that's just not the proper pronunciation, sadly. I gave away my Santa hat in RuneScape 3 when I quit before bonds were a thing. Oh god, Pink. How much money did you just give away? Bro, did you just give away like 25 bill or what? How 100 million trillion dollars?
Where I may be at. You know, I've traveled so much, but that's the thing. I've lived in Georgia, North Carolina, Florida for 8 years. You know, I've experienced things, you know, and a little bit of places everywhere, but nothing like a dog man. Nothing quite like that.
Well, very few things compare.
Definitely, for sure. Yeah, I will never have that image. I just so wish that like again, you could take my visual in my head and put it on paper because it would be ridiculous. It would be
Let me
ridiculous
check,
looking.
actually.
Oh, I'm sure it would be. But you saw what you saw.
Yep.
The next one is from Do Something Diff, and they want to know what are the size of whatever rocks that are in your driveway?
They're just a regular stone. They're nothing big, just a regular pebble rock.
Yeah, so this was when? This was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, somebody on Reddit says it's 3.4 bill on RS3. The Santa hat.
Not anything too big, but whatever it was that was running around the driveway. At first, like I said, I thought it was Teddy, my mom's dog, and it definitely wasn't because it was louder. So that's what was alarming to me. And I mean, we had the windows cracked.
Yeah, and a blue party hat was 80 bill. So I'm pretty sure blue party hats got over 100 bill at one point.
That point, so I was like, okay, let's roll the windows up. I don't care if I die right now,
I
like
got
smoking
Santa
inhalation.
hat
Like
from Guy Dying to Evil Chicken in 2007. Hey, that's pretty good. I thought Santa hats were like 15 mil in 2007, so that's a big score. Yeah, 10 mil, my bank was 600K. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's like life changing when that shit happens.
rather save my life. Like that was very. And I would ask my friend Marie about that. She would totally concur that that happened for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I never got lucky like that, ever. Seeing somebody dying, getting a bunch of free shit, never happened to me.
Well,
yep.
Oh, I do remember this one time I couldn't have been older than like 7 or 8, and I had to go to school. I was playing RuneScape before school, and there was some guy in World 1 dropping a bunch of rune items and shit, and I got in trouble for like staying for the drop party even though I had to go to school. I remember that. Except for the cakes you sold the gets today. I mean, Carly's cakes, I'll take those any day. Are you kidding me? I ended up losing everything when dicing came out. Oh my. Holy.
Yeah, don't blame you.
For sure.
Don't blame you at all.
I'm so glad Pizzazz banned gambling here. Me too. Yo, Sun would hate me for this. For saying that I think gambling sucks and is bad for the game.
The next one up is from David Miller, and Dave wants to know if there's been any effect on your spiritual.
Like, honestly, if you want to gamble, you should just learn how to PK and just go risk fighting. It's way better. Way better.
No, honestly, because again, like I believe in God. I pray every single day. Like He guides me. And again, like my dad is the same way. A lot of my family and generations have been reverends. That He protect his lifetime that weren't normal. Like when he was in Haiti, like we're always talking about God and the strength and the things that He protects. But I also believe like God was shown things in His lifetime, and Jesus was shown things in His lifetime that weren't normal, right? And He saw things and did things that weren't normal. So for me to be a Christian, to believe that there's things in this lifetime that aren't normal, then I would be a fool.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That is a good way to sum it up. Looks like George Scott has a question for you. He wants to know, do you think the dogman was just looking for some food?
I mean, I don't know. I do believe that like I said, my parents.
Yeah, I think that the only staking that will exist on 04 is maxed staking. Because, yeah, you can't trade between accounts, but, you know, people still did max staking or pure staking back in the day. Like, I remember Blood Barrage staking and stuff, Shadow and Blood Barrage stakes.
I think it's a
Because
hunting
then you
trail
can
that's been
just,
there
like, once Ancients come out, you can just get an account with super high mage. It depends though. Like, I mean, you can build a good bank just from staking. You know, he's starting with like 5 mil or something, so you just wouldn't be able to like trade over 200 mil and chuck it all on a level 3. One had a 0 and the other with an O with entirely different stats. Classic. That is a classic. And asking people to stake in BWest. Somebody messaged me asking me to stake and was like, bruh, we got like the same stats, let's stake. I'm like, for one, I don't even know who the fuck you are. And two, we had the exact same stats except he had 10 defense levels on me. I'm like, what do you think, I'm fucking stupid? What is wrong with you, bro? Like, go away. And then I was killing guards for clues and he crashed me at guards. I'm like, really, bro? Good thing I put you on the ignore list, you fucking asshole. Holy shit.
For a long time, because it's just been, like I said, for 17 years, the animals come from the same direction every single year. You can see trails from the deer that run through. I mean, there's a humane society.
Like, people
actually
are
down
so horny for staking. If you love staking that much, just go on old school. I don't understand. There's way more people for you to stake there.
Flow across the river that you
Way
can hear
more
dogs
money
barking, and like
to go
they
around.
get amped up at sometimes, and it's not feeding time because you can.
And on top of that, then you can real world trade it. So, I don't understand. Just go stake a bill, get 2 bill, and then real world trade it. OSRS still has staking. Well, you can do high risk stakes. So people do staking. I think there's a cap on the duel arena now, so nobody uses it, but you can still like pull out a bill and do just like 2 people with DH and no food, or just like a no arm fight in the wilderness. It's the same thing basically. And it can be mediated and stuff. It's not necessarily a high risk fight. It's like a high risk stake that's like masquerading as a fight.
Can tell when it's feeding time and when it's not feeding time. And there have been a couple times that they are so loud and amped up that you can hear them coming through the house. It's that loud of barking. And my neighbor's dog that lives below my parents' house is a Malamute husky mix with German Shepherd, and she goes crazy sometimes too. And she's the sweetest dog too. So she barks all the time. I mean, I'll be outside and she won't bark. She'll hear my voice, but if she hears something out there that's not like a person or something she registers, like she goes crazy. So I do know that those dogs are very alert. And they're good like guard dogs. So obviously there is something out there in the woods.
Without a doubt. Yeah,
no, I didn't do Underground Pass. I was gonna wait to do it with Carly, but then Carly did it on her own. So I haven't done that yet, but I did want to stream it. So I think I'm gonna wait a little bit to do it, but I am planning on streaming Underground Pass. 'Cause I just think it'll be fun to stream. It'll be a riot. That quest is so ass. I fucking hate that quest.
This next one up is from Ricky Harlow, and it's a two-parter.
I thought I got
the
a
first
clue
part.
scroll, dude. The Chaos Talisman, I saw the C, and I'm like, oh, I got a clue scroll. Fuck, no, I didn't. God damn it. How rare is that? I have never gotten a Chaos Talisman here. Go dominate somebody in PvP? Bro, there's nobody there. Nobody is out there. Do Underground Pass with me? Yeah, Pink. We can do Underground Pass together on stream. That sounds fun. At least you know to collect more books. I don't know what you mean. What journals are you talking about? Oh, let me check out this Chaos Talisman shit. What the fuck is this? Okay, it's 1 in 555, the Chaos Talisman, so that's kind of unlucky. I could have got 5 clue scrolls. Fuck.
Part, he wants to know what color were its eyes, and you answered that already. You said they were brown, but the second part is where he wants to know if you smelled anything. Being up on a second-story window like that, and the window was closed, I don't see how you could have, but I'm going to ask that question anyway. Did you smell anything?
No, not at that time, but in the years when I was in my early 20s and I would drive home from Asheville, there was that one night that I had gotten out of my car. And of course, my brothers are all hunters. So I grew up in a hunting family, and I would always get kind of stressed out because they would hunt the deer. And of course, they're like gutting it on the side of the house, and that attracts animals. And of course, they were getting ready to take the meat so they could harvest it and then bring.
Old journal from Underground Pass's Infinite Run hack? What? I've never heard of that in my life. How does that work? Is it like a stall or something? Like you run and then you click the journal and it stalls your run energy from going down, or what? It was in one of Mudkip's last vids. Really? Oh, I got it already? I see. Well, maybe that works with the puzzle boxes too, because I had it in my last video that the puzzle boxes stall your prayer drain, so you can have all your prayers open and click the puzzle box and it'll have that prayers activated, but it won't actually drain, and then your stats won't restore either. So maybe if you like click on the map and then click the puzzle box, it'll just not drain your run energy. Journal is really good since it lasts for so many ticks. Interesting. Well, yeah, I'll have to look that up before I do the quest. Other items work. Interesting. You should play RS3. You know, I've thought about playing RS3. I kind of want to make like an RS3 Iron Man. But then at the same time, I'm like, I don't have a whole lot of time to dedicate to basically a whole new game on top of 04. But I would like to try it at some point. It's been a long time since I tried RS3, so I'm sure there's plenty of new stuff to do. Just grab more old journals when you're at that part of the quest makes wieldy clues easier too. Oh hell yeah, I mean it would make the whole game easier. Infinite run glitch? Bro, I'm gonna abuse the fuck out of that. DXP weekend ATM on R3. Oh yeah. They got a lot of those, huh? Pink. Underground Pass is gonna be so much fun. It's like, it's so annoying and it's such an evil quest to do alone, but if you're doing it with somebody, it's not so bad. Or doing it for content, then it's boggers. Good thing you got agility now. Yeah, I mean 54 agility should be plenty to do Underground Pass well. Originally, when we were all free to play, the plan was to do Underground Pass early. And I had this like thing in my head where I was like, I want to see Baker fail every Underground Pass obstacle multiple times and just laugh at him. Oh my god. I remember not being able to kill the giant spider first time. I did it back in the day. Oh. Yeah, I haven't done Underground Pass since my last Iron Man. Why all this Baker hate? I won't accept it. Yo, I don't hate the man. I like to see him in pain. Oh, shit. No, I'm joking. Baker's cool.
Bring it back to the house to cook it later, and they do like deer jerky every year. So I get out of the car and I smell this foul smell. I don't even know how to describe it.
I think the last time I did Underground Pass on old school, I didn't fail anything a single time on my Iron Man with like 50 agility or so. I don't want to go to Hellhounds to see if I can get lucky on a clue real quick. I hope you kept your myth seeds. I didn't. I sold those second night. I gave them to Carly, like immediately. There was somebody selling myth seeds and I tried to buy them and somebody sniped the sale. Some bitch. Some fucking rank ass bad body build bitch stole my myth seeds. You've still got some? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Where are these bows? Yeah, here we go. I'm just gonna alk until Carly responds. Yeah, I would like to get some white flowers at some point. I haven't looked up, like, what the price is. I don't even know if you can on the market, yeah. Yeah, there's, like, no way to scroll through the options of flowers, so...
Was so strong, and it was one of those things where, like, you know instinctively that the smell is so bad and it comes from something so unnatural that you've never smelt before, that it instinctively tells you to close the door and get back in the car and then call your brothers to come escort you back into the house, because that's how scared I was to get out of the car.
Now, that's what I call a bad smell. That paints a picture.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say it does.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
next
she's
one up is
talking about a real-life Hellhound encounter right
from
now.
Halo Player of Legend, and they want to know, did you notice what gender it was? I think you addressed that also earlier.
Honestly, I'm really not quite sure. I wish that I would have paid more attention. I think I was just so, like, shocked that I was seeing something in the driveway that wasn't a normal looking animal, you know? I think that was kind of what was confusing to me.
I think you did a really good job noticing all the details you did. I mean, you were really caught aback by seeing something like that you didn't even know was out there. So, yeah, you deserve a lot of credit. The next one up is from Ron Meador, and Ron wants to know, did you see any tracks outside your window the next day?
No, because the way it ran up in the driveway, it was on the rocks. So, and then it took off through the brush. But what I did notice is that all the branches, because it was so stressed out by seeing me, that it immediately took a hard left and bolted to the left into the woods. And it broke a couple branches as it went through, but I didn't see any like fur or anything else like that. Trust me, I watch all.
I'm going to bed too. I gotta hop off. It's getting way too late. It's 2 a.m. It's 2:20 a.m. Thank you for everybody who's watched and who stayed for the whole stream. That's super wicked. Bye Meow. Bye Zorian. Bye bye Pink. Where are you from? I'm from upstate New York. That's where I live right now. I'm from all over though. I've been everywhere in this country, in the United States. Message me when you brush teeth and everything. Okay. Will do. Bye.